It all began with a pizza. Not just any pizza, an extra-large pie with everything on it, piled high with greasy, gooey cheese, pepperoni, and the most suspicious-looking mushrooms Evan had ever seen. As a physicist, he knew better than to trust anything labeled experimental, but the mushrooms had been free. What could possibly go wrong? He sat in his lab, half-heartedly chewing as he stared at the array of wires and glowing blue lights around him. His eyes were heavy, and he wasn't sure if it was the pizza or the fact that he had been working non-stop for the last 36 hours, trying to crack the code of antimatter. "Come on, Evan," he muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes. One breakthrough. Just one. His fingers hovered over the keyboard as he punched in the final sequence of equations, adjusting the output for his latest experiment. The device, a collection of magnets and sensors shaped like an oversized toaster, hummed to life. There was a low, almost imperceptible vibration that made his chair shake slightly. He adjusted his glasses, looking at the readout in front of him. His pulse quickened as he saw the numbers align perfectly. He had done it. He'd cracked it. Eureka! Evan yelled, startling the cat that had been sleeping next to the pile of textbooks. He glanced around, expecting someone to congratulate him, Nina, maybe, his best friend and occasionally his lab partner, but he was alone. And that's when the device exploded. The blast wasn't huge, but it was enough to send Evan tumbling across the room. His head hit the floor hard, and for a moment, everything went black. When he came to, there was no sign of the explosion, no wreckage, no lingering smell of burnt pizza. Everything was calm. Too calm. Evan slowly stood up, rubbing his skull. His body felt heavy, sluggish, like a puppet whose strings had been yanked just a little too hard. "What the hell?" he muttered. He looked at his hands, noticing something strange. They were translucent. Not in the way that sunlight through fog makes things look ethereal, but in the way things look when they're too far away to touch. Okay, he said, shaking his head. "I need to stop napping in the middle of experiments." He reached for his phone, his fingers grazing the smooth surface. Something was wrong, though. He didn't quite make contact with it. His fingers passed through the device like a ghost. Panicked, he looked at his hands again. Am I dead?" His voice cracked as he spoke, and he shuddered. He felt alive, but his body was wrong. His skin was losing its texture, like it was fading, becoming lighter and more fragile. The bones felt like they were no longer connected, each one floating in some impossible dimension. No. This is bad. Really bad, he mumbled. Evan scrambled for the nearest mirror and took one look at his reflection. What he saw nearly sent him into full-blown hysterics. His face was there, sort of. It looked faded, like an unfinished painting that had been left out in the rain. His eyes were the only part of him still completely intact, wide with disbelief. "Okay, calm down," he told himself. "Maybe I just need to sleep this off. Or maybe I can just..." The moment he tried to move, his body stumbled like it was made of rubber, uncoordinated, as if his mind wasn't quite connecting with his limbs. He slammed into the wall, only to feel it pass right through his form. He gasped, stumbling backwards. His reflection, his soul, was flickering like an old television set with poor reception. No. "This isn't happening," he repeated, stumbling away from the mirror. He backed into a chair, but it didn't stop him. He just kept going, phasing right through it like it was smoke. He wasn't sure if he was dreaming or if he was having a stroke, but something was wrong. Something very, very wrong. And that's when the true horror of the situation set in. He wasn't just fading from the world. His soul, what was left of it, was separating from his body. In sheer panic, Evan grabbed his phone again, trying to call Nina. His fingers passed through it like it wasn't even there. He could feel the vibrations from the phone, but there was no contact, no reality, just the hollow sensation of being untethered from everything. Evan collapsed onto the floor, clutching at his chest, feeling the emptiness inside him expanding. Something was pulling at him, his body, his soul, his very sense of existence was splitting apart. A deep coldness spread through him, far colder than anything he'd ever felt before. And yet, it wasn't just a physical cold, it was a metaphysical chill, a complete and utter detachment from the world. "I'm losing myself," he whispered, the words trembling in the air. "I'm becoming nothing." For the first time, Evan felt small. So small that he could barely recognize his own presence in the universe. He wasn't sure if he was still real anymore. Was he even alive? Or was he just some quantum anomaly, a glitch in the fabric of reality? The thought made him dizzy, and he quickly tried to shake it off. He stood up again, this time with more resolve. He needed answers. There had to be something he could do, something that could stop this horrific transformation before it became permanent. His first instinct was to check the lab's computer. Maybe there was something he could salvage from the failed experiment. Perhaps there was a solution, something he missed in the chaos of his excitement. He staggered over to the desk and, with great difficulty, typed in a string of commands. His fingers barely touched the keyboard, the keys slipping through his translucent hand. But somehow, he managed to pull up the data. That's when he saw it.in the margins of his research notes. There was a fragment of a passage that Dr. Caleb Drayton, one of the leading experts in antimatter, had once written. "When the antimatter essence is separated from the physical body, the soul becomes free. However, it is unstable. To regain balance, the subject must reassemble their form before the antimatter destroys their very existence. Without the right tools, the process is irreversible." Evan's heart skipped a beat. Irreversible? Drayton had disappeared years ago after conducting similar experiments. No one knew what had happened to him. The last known record was his last journal entry, which was strangely incomplete, except for that warning. But now, Evan knew what had happened. Drayton had done what Evan had accidentally done, separated his soul from his body using antimatter, and now Evan was facing the same fate. His eyes widened as a thought formed in his mind. He had to find Drayton's notes, his final research, if he had any hope of saving himself. That was the only way out. There had to be a way to reverse the process, to reintegrate his soul with his body before the antimatter consumed him completely. But first, he needed to find Drayton. And to do that, he would have to step out into the world with a body that wasn't quite a body and a soul that wasn't quite a soul. "I have to fix this," Evan whispered to the empty lab, his voice breaking through the silence. "I have to fix myself." And with that, Evan began the strange journey to find the answers that would restore him, or at least, stop him from vanishing entirely. But in this state, he wasn't sure which was scarier, the search for a solution or the terrifying idea that he might never find one. Evan didn't waste another second in his lab. His body, if it could still be called that, seemed to flicker with every movement. He struggled with each step, aware that his soul was slipping further and further from his physical form. His feet felt light, like they were no longer quite grounded in reality, and the room around him seemed to stretch and contract, like the walls were breathing. Every breath he took felt distant, as though it were someone else's, but he had no choice. The only thing that could save him was the Chronos Nexus, Drayton's last creation, buried deep within the labyrinthine halls of a forgotten research facility. If Evan was going to escape this bizarre fate, he would have to find it. He wasn't sure how he was going to make it there in this state, but the alternative was worse, becoming nothing, disappearing into pure antimatter, the very essence of emptiness. He grabbed his jacket from the back of the chair, but his hand passed right through the fabric. He tried again, more forcefully this time, but only managed to leave a ripple in the fabric, like something out of a bad dream. Desperation made him angry, and for the first time, he let his frustration bubble over. "What the hell am I supposed to do?" he shouted, his voice echoing oddly in the space, as though it weren't entirely real. The sound was distorted, muffled, as though he were talking underwater. He slammed his hand down on the desk, but his palm went straight through the surface. "I can't even grab my own jacket," he muttered bitterly. A new thought crossed his mind, Nina. She would be able to help. At least, she had always been there for him in the past. Nina had a sharp mind and a cool head, and even though she might freak out at first, she would listen. He needed to talk to her, tell her what was happening, and maybe, just maybe, she could help him figure out what to do. Evan reached for his phone again. His fingers brushed over the screen, and for a brief moment, he felt a connection. His reflection in the phone was still distorted, but there it was, a semblance of normalcy. He tapped in Nina's number with more force than necessary, praying that she'd pick up. The phone rang, but after a few seconds, her voicemail picked up. "Nina, it's me, it's Evan. Something's wrong, really wrong. I'm not sure how to explain this, but I need you to come to the lab. Please, hurry." Evan stared at the phone for a moment, feeling a rising sense of helplessness. He could still feel the faintest traces of his body, but with each passing second, it seemed further out of reach, like trying to grab a cloud. He closed his eyes, focusing all his energy on the task at hand. The lab was near the edge of town, so Nina would probably take about 20 minutes to arrive. He would have to make do in the meantime. He thought about Drayton's journal again, the cryptic references to the Chronos Nexus. According to the notes, the Nexus wasn't just a device for manipulating time, it was a way to manipulate the very nature of existence. It had the potential to reverse what Evan was going through, if he could get it working before his soul completely dissipated. The problem was, the journal didn't provide clear instructions on how to operate the machine. Everything was fragmented, scattered across pages of hurried writing, as if Drayton had tried to perfect it right up until the moment of his disappearance. Evan exhaled sharply. He couldn't waste time waiting for Nina. He needed to act, and fast. The walk to the research facility felt like it took hours, though he knew it should only take about 15 minutes. Every step felt disconnected from his mind. He walked through streets that were familiar to him, yet now they seemed like strangers, flickering, shifting, never quite solid. At one point, he looked down and saw his feet stepping on a crack in the sidewalk, but the crack seemed to widen and close with each step, an optical illusion that made his head spin. "Focus, Evan," he whispered to himself. "Just keep going." He turned a corner, passing by a row of old shops. One of the signs in a storefront seemed to stretch out of place, out of reality, and for a second, he thought he saw an alternate version of himself reflected in the glass. The Evan who still had his body. The Evan who had never made this terrible mistake. He blinked, and the image vanished. His heart raced. Was it possible? Was he becoming like Drayton? Was he caught in some kind of temporal loop, trapped in an alternate version of his own reality? He shoved the thought out of his mind, not allowing himself to spiral further. There was too much at stake. By the time he reached the facility, the sun had begun to set. The facility itself was a tall, looming structure on the outskirts of town. Most of the windows were boarded up, and a rusted metal door stood at the entrance, a faded sign above it reading, "Private Research Facility, No Admittance." Evan's heart pounded as he approached the entrance, and for a moment, he wondered if he had any right to be here. After all, this was Drayton's place, the place where the mysterious physicist had vanished without a trace. He reached out to touch the door, and as his fingers brushed against the cold metal, a sharp jolt of energy ran through him. The sensation was so powerful, it sent him stumbling backward, knocking into a dumpster that was left carelessly on the side. He blinked in confusion, his breath coming in short gasps. What the hell? He tried again, this time focusing all his attention on the door. The metal was cold, and the force of the antimatter separating from his body seemed to react to it. His body, what was left of it, felt a strange, vibrating pull, and for the briefest of moments, he felt a full connection. He could touch something real. It wasn't much, but it was enough. With a deep breath, he shoved the door open. It creaked loudly, and the sound echoed through the empty building. Inside, there were rows upon rows of dusty equipment, familiar devices that he had only ever read about in textbooks. In the far corner, a shadowy figure caught his eye. The figure was slumped against the wall, motionless. For a split second, Evan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Drayton? Was he still alive? Evan hesitated, the air thick with uncertainty. But he couldn't stop now. He couldn't afford to let anything, or anyone, stand in his way. He needed to find the Chronos Nexus. He moved forward, scanning the room for any sign of the machine. His steps were slow, and every inch of him felt like it was slipping further out of sync with reality. The place smelled of mildew and old paper, the air thick with neglect. He reached a desk in the center of the room, and there, sitting under a sheet of yellowing paper, was a large, intricately designed device. It looked like a collection of rotating metal spheres, interwoven with copper wires, and studded with blinking red lights. The Chronos Nexus. His breath caught in his throat. This was it. He wasn't sure how, but he knew that somehow, this device held the key to restoring his existence. He carefully approached the machine, his movements slow and deliberate. He had no idea how it worked, but desperation pushed him forward. He ran his fingers over the smooth metal, feeling the faint pulse of energy emanating from the machine. It was alive. It was waiting for him to make the first move. He took a deep breath, his hand trembling as he reached for one of the buttons, and then, a voice echoed through the room. Evan. Evan froze, his hand hovering just above the machine. The voice was familiar, but it wasn't Nina's. It was Drayton's. Evan froze, his hand suspended just above the Chronos Nexus, the soft hum of the machine filling the empty space around him. The voice, calm, yet deeply unsettling, echoed through the dark, abandoned facility. It wasn't Nina. It wasn't even a voice he'd ever expected to hear again. But there it was, unmistakably, Evan, his breath hitched, his pulse quickening. He couldn't move. The words had a strange pull, as if they were somehow tethered to his very soul, dragging him closer to something he wasn't ready to face. Drayton? Evan whispered hoarsely, his voice cracking in the silence. The figure slumped in the corner shifted slightly. Evan's heart skipped a beat. The man didn't move much, just the barest twitch, enough to confirm that it was, indeed, Drayton. But this wasn't the man Evan had imagined, the brilliant physicist whose theories had once inspired him. This was something else, something wrong. The man, if that's what he still was, looked like a shadow of his former self. His clothes were tattered and worn, and his skin was pale, almost translucent, like he hadn't seen sunlight in years. His eyes, however, were wide and gleaming, almost unnaturally bright, and they locked onto Evan's with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. Evan, Drayton said again, his voice raspy, as though it hadn't been used in years. You shouldn't have come. Evan's breath caught in his throat. I didn't know if you were still alive. What happened to you? Where have you been? How? Drayton chuckled softly, a dry, hollow sound that seemed to echo through the cold, empty room. Alive? I don't know if that's the word for it anymore. Evan's stomach twisted, his mind racing. This couldn't be real. Drayton was supposed to have vanished years ago, his work unfinished, his last known project the very thing that had now trapped Evan in this strange existence. And yet here he was, alive, or something close to it, sitting in the corner of the room like a ghost, speaking to him with that same eerie calm. Evan took a cautious step forward, his body still light, unsteady. What's happening to me? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Is this what happened to you? I'm losing myself, Drayton. I'm disappearing. Drayton's eyes flickered with what might have been recognition, or perhaps pity. You're not disappearing, Evan. You're transforming. The process has already begun. But you're not the first. And you won't be the last. Evan's mind spun. His soul was already slipping away, and Drayton was talking about transformations and processes like it was all part of some grand plan. Was that why the Chronos Nexus had been left behind? Was it supposed to help fix something like this? Please, Evan said, desperation creeping into his voice. How do I fix this? I can't keep. He waved his hand in front of his face, watching as his fingers flickered in and out of existence. I can't stay like this. I'm losing everything. Drayton's gaze softened slightly, but there was a coldness in his eyes that made Evan uneasy. You think you can fix it? He asked, his tone more amused than sympathetic. Do you even know what you're asking for? Evan took a deep breath, fighting the urge to let his panic overwhelm him. He couldn't afford to lose control. The Nexus. I need to use it. It's supposed to stop. Drayton raised a hand, his fingers trembling slightly. Don't touch it. Evan's hand hovered over the Chronos Nexus, confused and frustrated. What do you mean, don't touch it? This is the only way, Drayton laughed, the sound bitter. You think this device is going to save you? The Nexus is not a tool, Evan. It's a weapon. A way to rewrite time, to force reality to bend to your will. But there's a cost. Evan frowned, his heart pounding in his chest. A cost? What do you mean? What kind of cost? Drayton looked up at him, his expression weary, almost regretful. You'll never be the same again. Even if you manage to reintegrate your soul with your body, you'll be changed. The Nexus alters more than just time. It changes your very essence. It makes you something else. Evan felt a shiver run down his spine. I don't care about any of that. I don't care what happens to me as long as I can fix this. I don't want to disappear, Drayton. I need to go back. I need to be whole again. Drayton's eyes met his, and for the first time, there was something resembling pity in his gaze. You think you can just turn back the clock? It doesn't work like that, Evan. You're dealing with forces you don't understand. Forces that no one understands. Evan clenched his fists in frustration. Then teach me. You've been through this, you've done it, what happened to you? Why are you here? Why didn't you fix it? Drayton's eyes darkened, the light in them flickering like a candle that had nearly gone out. He turned his gaze away, staring at the Chronos Nexus as though it were a long-lost memory. Because I couldn't, Evan. I tried. I really did. But the Nexus, it doesn't just fix things. It takes everything. And it leaves you with nothing but the echo of your past, the shadow of what you once were. Evan took a step back, his mind reeling. What does that mean? What does the Nexus do to you? Drayton turned to face him again, his expression unreadable. It gives you what you want, but it takes away what you need. It bends time and space to your will, but it can never undo the damage already done. You'll never be the same. And neither will anyone else you touch. Evan's heart sank, his stomach churning with dread. So I'm just supposed to accept this? I just let go and fade into nothing? You don't have a choice. Drayton's voice was low, almost apologetic. Not anymore. The Nexus can't undo the damage, but it can delay it. It can give you more time, more moments. But there's a price, Evan. That price is the essence of your soul. You can't have it both ways. Evan's mind raced as Drayton's words settled into him. Everything he had worked for, everything he had hoped would fix this was slipping away. He wanted to scream, to fight, to push back against the gravity of his fate, but all of it felt useless. In that moment, with Drayton standing there, as much a part of the broken facility as the dust and decay surrounding them, Evan realized something else. The Nexus wasn't just a way to fix his problem, it was the reason this problem existed in the first place. It was the thing that had pulled him out of his life and into this fractured existence. And if he was going to make it out, he would have to do more than simply push a button. He would have to choose whether to live with the cost of eternity or let everything slip away. Evan turned toward the Nexus. The machine hummed, waiting for him to make a decision, and as he reached for the button again, he realized that no matter what happened next, there would be no turning back. Evan woke up like he always did on a Monday morning, groggy, disoriented, and utterly indifferent to the monumental events of the world around him. He stretched lazily, glanced at his phone, swiped through the notifications, and sighed. The usual assortment of fake news, celebrity scandals, and politics that could only make him question his existence. God, it's too early for this, Avon muttered, rubbing his eyes as he shuffled toward the kitchen. He wasn't in the mood for the newsfeed's usual panic about some new world-ending disaster. There was always something. But today, it seemed, the universe had decided to one-up itself. Just as he poured himself the first of what would be 5 cups of coffee, something changed. It wasn't the typical change that you'd notice, like a new season or a change in weather. No, this was the kind of shift that rewrote the rules of reality itself. There was a sudden, deafening crack in the sky. Avon paused mid-pour, blinking. What the hell? He set the coffee pot down, wondering if the caffeine was kicking in too early. But no, the crack grew louder, like the sound of the heavens themselves being torn apart. His balcony was bathed in an otherworldly glow. At first, it was just a shimmer, a flicker at the corner of his eye. Then, as if someone had taken a cosmic scissors and sliced the atmosphere in half, a massive, glowing rift appeared above him. Avon's jaw dropped. From the rift, an enormous shape began to descend. A spaceship? No, it was something far beyond that. The thing was a floating monstrosity, its sleek surface shimmering with an iridescent energy that defied all earthly physics. It wasn't made of metal or any material that Avon recognized. It simply existed. From it, a booming voice echoed down at him, as if reality itself were speaking. Avon, you stand in direct violation of the universal laws. You are a rift, an anomaly. The judgment has been passed, you must be eradicated. Avon blinked again, slowly, his hand still holding the half-filled coffee mug. His mind raced. He looked around, wondering if this was a prank or a viral marketing stunt for some ridiculous sci-fi movie. But no, the ship was very real, and this strange, booming voice? Definitely not from Earth. Excuse me, what? Avon called up, half laughing at the absurdity of it all. The voice from above did not appreciate his tone. You are a paradox. Your existence threatens the fabric of reality itself. You are in violation of universal equilibrium. Avon scratched his head. This had to be a joke. Maybe some alien kids in hovercrafts were trolling the planet for fun. Or, even better, maybe this was some kind of avant-garde performance art. Either way, he wasn't having it. All right, okay, Avon said, chuckling now, his skepticism mounting. You're saying I'm a paradox, right? Like, I'm a riddle wrapped in an enigma, sort of thing? Because, really, I'm just a guy trying to have a cup of coffee. What exactly do you want me to do about it? I'm not breaking any laws here, unless you're counting the no caffeine before noon rule. The voice above paused, as if processing this. You mock the judgment, but it is not a joke. We are the antimatter civilization. Our purpose is to correct anomalies like you. Prepare for the eradication. Avon set his mug down and raised his arms in mock surrender. Look, pal, you're making a huge mistake. I'm just an ordinary guy, no threat to space-time, no threat to anyone. I'm not even that good at cooking. He scratched his chin, considering something. Though, if you want to talk about violations, I could use a judge for my cooking attempts. They've been disastrous. At that exact moment, a sudden, sharp, high-pitched hum filled the air as the colossal alien ship above released a burst of energy. Avon ducked instinctively, and then, everything went quiet. Then, boom. Reality itself seemed to shudder. Avon's coffee mug floated up into the air, defying gravity, and the world around him started to flicker. He watched, bewildered, as the streets below seemed to stretch like rubber, time rippling in and out. The air shimmered. And then, as if the very laws of physics were unsure of themselves, everything began to float, the trees, the buildings, even Avon himself. He was weightless, his feet drifting off the ground like a balloon in the breeze. He looked down at his own body, now floating in midair. The absurdity of it all hit him in waves. "Okay, seriously," he said aloud, still half in disbelief, "this has got to be a prank, right? Who set this up? The aliens from the next-door theater group? Is this their idea of making an entrance?" The booming voice returned, sounding even more irate. "You do not understand. You are not part of the natural order. Your existence," but before the voice could finish, Avon interrupted. Yeah, I got it. I'm an anomaly, a danger to the fabric of space-time. You've got a whole end-of-the-world spiel. But could you maybe, dial it down? I'm just trying to get through the day. You can't seriously think I'm the one who's messing with physics." From the strange alien ship came another pulse of energy, this time smaller but no less intense. Avon felt a sharp tug, as though reality were stretching him like a rubber band, and suddenly, everything stopped. The floating objects crashed back to the ground with loud thuds, and gravity resumed its regular pull. Avon hit the ground hard. He groaned, rubbing his head. The coffee mug, once floating serenely, now lay shattered at his feet. "Great," he muttered, standing up, wiping dust off his clothes. "Just great. My morning coffee ritual is officially ruined." The ship hovered ominously overhead, the glowing alien figure within now fully visible. It looked like something out of a nightmare, a towering figure clad in a shimmering robe of anti-light, a face obscured by a glowing mask, and eyes that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality itself. "You mock the laws of the cosmos," the figure intoned. "But it is not just you. Every time you use your powers, reality shifts. We have come to destroy you, Avon, and restore the order you've so carelessly broken." Avon stood up, brushing himself off, his nerves beginning to spark with something other than fear. If these guys wanted a fight, they were about to get one. But he had one question, one burning curiosity. "All right," Avon said, squaring his shoulders. "But before we start with this erasure thing, could you at least explain what you mean by powers? I mean, I'm just a guy with a coffee addiction. I don't do superhero stuff. So what gives?" The figure paused, almost as if considering him. Then it spoke, with surprising clarity, "Your powers are the very disruption of physics. When you are near, the laws of gravity, time, and matter bend. You are a walking paradox, Avon, and you must be eradicated." Avon blinked, looking down at his hands as if expecting something to happen. A moment passed, then, without warning, the ground beneath him shuddered again. This time, his coffee mug hovered in mid-air, then spun around like a top before falling to the ground with a clink. Avon blinked again. "Okay," he said, half to himself and half to the alien judge, "so, I guess I do have some weird powers." He paused, watching the alien figure above. "All right, I'm listening. Eradicate me, destroy reality, whatever. But just, maybe, tell me what happens to the coffee? Because that's what really concerns me right now." The alien figure above seemed to pause for a moment. If it were capable of confusion, Avon might have suspected that it was trying to process his words. Instead, the voice came again, thick with authority, "The disruption you cause is not just a matter of inconvenience, Avon. Time, space, and energy all exist in delicate balance. When you act, even by accident, you break these bonds. Do you understand what that means?" Avon didn't quite know what to say. He looked at the alien figure again, squinting into the glowing abyss of its mask. The idea of being a cosmic mistake, some anomaly floating through time and space without meaning, was unsettling, but not nearly as unsettling as the fact that he was going to have to figure out how to stop this thing from destroying him. And maybe Earth, too, if this was what it seemed to be. But the coffee, was still bothering him. All right, I get it, okay? I'm a walking disaster waiting to happen. But can we dial it down a bit? I mean, I didn't even know I had powers. What's the deal? How am I supposed to control something like this? A deep, resonant hum came from the ship as if the whole structure was considering his question. The figure's voice was calm but insistent. You may not know, but your very presence causes alterations to physical reality. Each time you use your abilities, something shifts. It could be gravity, time, or even matter itself. You may not see the effects immediately, but the damage is significant. Well, Avon muttered, scratching his head, I was wondering why gravity felt a little off this morning. I thought it was the coffee, but now it looks like I'm the one who's causing a ripple effect. The judge didn't respond to the sarcasm. Instead, it gestured with one glowing hand, and Avon felt his body float up into the air again. It was as if gravity had turned into something more like a suggestion. This time, Avon stayed still, his feet hovering a few inches above the ground. I do not care for your mockery, the judge said. But you must understand the implications of your actions. If you persist in your defiance, the consequences will not only be your erasure but the destruction of everything you know. Avon wasn't sure if he was supposed to feel guilty, or terrified, or maybe even curious. Maybe a little of all of those things. But he had one big question that wasn't being answered. Look, I get that I'm causing problems, but, he hesitated, trying to find the words. What exactly do you expect me to do about it? I don't know how to control reality. I'm not exactly a superhero. I don't even know where to start. There was a long pause before the alien figure spoke again. You were chosen because your anomaly is unique. Your power, while chaotic, is not beyond understanding. If you are willing to learn, we will teach you to control it. But understand this, for every moment you hesitate, the universe slips further into imbalance. Your learning must begin immediately. Avon snorted under his breath. Great. No pressure or anything. The ship above began to hum once more, a lower, deeper frequency this time. The air around Avon shifted, and his body slowly lowered back down to the ground, though his feet remained light and almost weightless. He couldn't help but feel like a balloon tethered to the earth with a single string. It wasn't a feeling he particularly enjoyed. I'll teach you how to harness your power, the judge continued. But it is not a simple thing. Each time you try, you will risk more damage. Do not think that you can control it as you would a simple tool. Your powers are woven into the very fabric of reality. We can only guide you. Avon tried to clear his head, brushing his hands over his face. Okay, he muttered, as if agreeing with himself more than anything. So, what's the first lesson? The glowing figure's voice seemed to soften, though it was still devoid of any warmth. The first lesson is simple: you must understand the nature of your own power. Avon let out a long breath. Yeah, I'm really not in the mood for riddles today. What does that even mean? Instead of answering directly, the figure gestured once again. The space around Avon rippled, and suddenly, the entire world seemed to fold in on itself. The sky above him twisted into a spiraling vortex, as if reality itself were being sucked into a black hole. For a brief moment, Avon felt his stomach flip like he was on a roller coaster, and then everything came to a jarring halt. The world around him shifted again. The trees had started growing sideways. The buildings seemed to lean and stretch in ways that defied logic, their very shapes warping like something out of a Salvador Dali painting. Avon could see people walking, but they were moving in slow motion, their limbs moving almost comically, as if time itself had slowed down. Welcome to your first lesson, the voice said. This is what happens when your powers are uncontrolled. You distort the very fabric of space and time. Now, you must try to fix it. Avon frowned, glancing around at the twisted landscape. He wasn't sure where to start or what to do. All he wanted was to get back to his apartment and get a cup of coffee that didn't float into the air and then crash to the ground. But this wasn't some bad dream. It was real. This was his reality now, and if he didn't figure out how to control it, the universe was going to rip itself apart. All right, he muttered. He stretched his arms out, trying to focus. Fix it. How the hell am I supposed to fix this? Focus, the judge instructed. Concentrate on the one thing you can control, your mind. Your power is tied to your will. You must align your thoughts with the fabric of reality. Avon closed his eyes, trying to block out the bizarre, twisting world around him. The distorted trees, the floating cars, the people frozen mid-motion, it was all too much. His head was starting to spin, and the coffee seemed like a distant memory now. Focus, he repeated under his breath, focus. He tried to clear his mind, but it was harder than he thought. The strange sensation of floating in a world that refused to behave made it difficult to concentrate. But something clicked. Maybe it was the lack of gravity pulling at him, maybe it was the stillness around him, but the world seemed quieter, somehow. His thoughts slowed, his breathing deepened, and slowly, he began to visualize the world as it should be. The trees straightened. The buildings stopped bending and flickering like holograms. Time, slow and unyielding, gradually returned to normal speed. Avon opened his eyes, feeling a little lightheaded. The world around him seemed solid again. No more floating debris or warped buildings. He hadn't made everything perfect, but he'd made it better. Well, he said, looking around. That wasn't too bad, right? The voice from above was almost approving. You've begun to grasp the nature of your power. But it is not enough. You must learn to control it fully. Only then will you be able to restore balance. There will be no second chances. Avon was already feeling a sense of dread crawling back into his chest, but he pushed it down. The universe wasn't going to end because of a few mistakes, or at least, that was the hope. He had time, right? He'd learn. He'd figure it out. It was just a matter of practice. The judge's voice sounded again, a little colder than before. Do not mistake this for mercy. We will not allow your failures to spread further. Avon frowned, wiping his forehead. Yeah, I got it. No pressure. But the truth was, Avon had a lot of pressure now. The weight of the universe was in his hands, and the only way to fix it was to somehow learn how to control something that defied all logic. It wasn't a small task, but if there was one thing Avon knew, it was that sometimes, the only way out of a mess was to make it your own, and maybe, just maybe, he'd learn how to fix his coffee, too. Avon stood still, trying to steady his breathing as the world around him slowly returned to some semblance of normal. He felt strange, like he was carrying the weight of the entire universe in his hands. And, in some ways, he was. The power to control reality wasn't something he'd ever imagined would be his responsibility. Hell, he couldn't even keep his apartment clean on a regular basis. Now, he was expected to learn how to stop the collapse of the cosmos just by concentrating. It felt like a bad joke, but it wasn't. The alien figure in front of him didn't seem concerned with his discomfort. Its glowing eyes pierced through the swirling energy of the rift above them, its presence unwavering. You have shown an understanding of your power, it said. But understanding alone is not enough. You must prove your control, or else you will cause further destruction. You will need to do more than fix simple distortions of reality. The test will continue, Avon. Your fate depends on it. Avon barely had time to absorb the weight of that statement before the world around him shifted again. This time, the distortion wasn't gentle or slow. The ground beneath his feet trembled, and the air around him crackled with energy. His stomach lurched, the sense of weightlessness flooding him again. Whoa, wait! Avon gasped, grabbing at the air as he was pulled into a swirling vortex. This wasn't like last time, where he had a bit of control. He was being sucked into something far worse. He kicked his legs, trying to steady himself, but nothing seemed to hold him. His body spun wildly as if he were caught in the eye of a tornado. He could feel his mind racing, but his body was helpless. The alien figure's voice rang out again, cutting through the chaos. This is not your world anymore, Avon. You must learn to direct this energy. Focus. Or else you will be lost in the collapse. He tried to focus, trying to remember what he'd just done, how he'd restored the landscape. That same calm, that same concentration, it had to be enough to stop this. But the vortex wasn't just a simple glitch. It was pulling at him in ways that defied the natural laws he thought he understood. Avon stretched his arms out in front of him, concentrating hard on the sensation of the world turning against him. If he was going to stop this, he had to learn how to bend it to his will, to make reality bend to him, not the other way around. The effort felt like pulling himself up from the bottom of an ocean. Every fiber of his being was fighting the intense pull of the vortex, trying to align his mind with the overwhelming, chaotic force around him. Focus, the voice demanded again, this time tinged with something like impatience. You must focus. You are nothing if you cannot control this. The power inside him was a living thing, an untamed force. But there was something else too, something different. The more Avon concentrated, the more he felt like he could sense the flow of energy. He could feel the strain in the universe, the momentary cracks in the structure of reality. Then, just as the vortex seemed on the verge of swallowing him whole, Avon did the only thing he could think of. He stopped fighting it. He let go. The world around him shifted. The vortex began to slow, the spinning lessening until, with a sudden jolt, the motion reversed entirely. The energy in the air started to settle. His stomach calmed. Gravity returned, and his feet hit solid ground with a heavy thud. Avon stumbled back, his breath coming in sharp gasps. He was on his knees, sweat dripping down his forehead. The alien judge was silent, as though it, too, had felt the change. For a moment, Avon just sat there, collecting himself. He couldn't help but think how absurd this whole situation was. He had spent his entire life avoiding responsibilities, always pushing them aside or blaming the world around him for the messes he created. And now, here he was, facing a cosmic force that required him to take control of the very fabric of existence. Well, that wasn't so bad, Avon muttered, though his voice was shaky. I think I actually got the hang of this whole reality-bending thing. He tried to sound confident, but deep down, he felt like he was hanging on by a thread. The weight of his new role threatened to crush him at any moment. The alien's response was as cold and detached as ever. You did not bend reality, Avon. You reversed it. You simply made it undo its current state. This is not control. This is instinct. Avon gritted his teeth, frustration bubbling up inside him. You're really starting to sound like my high school math teacher. That doesn't sound like a victory, huh? So, what exactly is control, then? You must direct the energy, the figure explained, its voice becoming more instructional. Control is not simply about undoing the damage, Avon. It is about shaping the reality you wish to create. You must learn to impose your will on it. A true master of power does not fight the energy, they become one with it. Avon frowned, standing up shakily. This was more than he'd bargained for. The idea of becoming one with a chaotic, unpredictable force sounded terrifying. But what choice did he have? If he didn't figure this out, if he didn't gain full control, the consequences would be far worse than just losing his morning coffee. All right, Avon said, his voice low and determined. Teach me. Show me how to shape this energy. He wiped the sweat from his brow, steeling himself for the next round. Let's see if I can actually get this right. The alien judge didn't respond immediately, but Avon could feel the presence above him, the weight of judgment pressing down. And then, suddenly, the world around him shifted again, the sky darkened, the clouds churning like a storm on the horizon. The air became thick with energy, crackling with potential. Avon's skin prickled as he felt the power gathering. This was real. This was the test. You are ready, the figure intoned. Focus on the energy. Shape it. This is your moment. Avon closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The air felt heavy, charged with electricity. His heart pounded in his chest as he reached out mentally, trying to connect with the strange energy that surrounded him. He could feel it now, pulsing beneath his skin, a power that surged with endless possibility. But it was so vast, so overwhelming that he could barely comprehend it. This wasn't like anything he'd ever dealt with before. It wasn't just a thing that could be controlled with brute force. This was a force of nature itself, a cosmic pulse that flowed through everything, a fluid, shifting current of energy. Avon reached deeper, searching for that center of calm, that anchor in the storm. He imagined the world around him as a piece of clay, soft and malleable, waiting to be shaped by his hands. His fingers twitched. The world began to respond. Slowly, he focused on one spot, a crumpled piece of metal on the ground. His mind reached out to it, and he could feel the particles vibrating, their bonds stretching as he mentally grasped them. With a steady hand, he willed the metal to straighten, to return to its original form. For a split second, nothing happened. His breath caught in his throat. Then, with a quiet sheeing, the metal slowly began to straighten, its jagged edges smoothing out. The particles realigned themselves, as if his will had been woven into the very fibers of the object. Avon opened his eyes to see the metal gleaming in the dim light, perfectly restored. He let out a shaky breath of relief. "Okay," he muttered, a grin creeping onto his face. "I think I'm starting to get the hang of this." The alien judge observed in silence, but there was a subtle shift in the energy around Avon. The presence, though still commanding, seemed to soften. "If only slightly. You have learned the first lesson," the judge said. "But the path ahead will not be easy. Control takes time, and every moment you hesitate, you risk more damage. Are you prepared for what is to come?" Avon's heart raced. He didn't know if he was prepared for any of this. But there was no turning back now. The universe was in his hands, and whether he liked it or not, he had to make it right. "I'll do whatever it takes," Avon said, his voice steady. "Just teach me what I need to know." The alien figure did not reply, but the rift in the sky above him flickered once more, the next challenge waiting, and this time, Avon was ready. Avon had always been a man of precision. A scientist through and through, his life revolved around facts, measurements, and repeatable experiments. His colleagues often described him as methodical, which, in their eyes, was a polite way of saying he was obsessive. But what they didn't understand was that Avon's obsession with antimatter wasn't just a career choice, it was a calling. The kind of call that echoed in the silence of an empty lab, where the only sound was the hum of machines that he'd spent countless hours perfecting. It all began on a Tuesday, as Tuesday mornings often do. The lab was quiet, save for the occasional click of a keyboard or the shuffle of papers on desks. Avon stood before a row of glass containers, each holding different samples of antimatter. It was supposed to be a routine experiment. He had been working on it for years, perfecting the way antimatter could be controlled and stored in a stable state, something that no one had been able to do before. It was his big breakthrough. The idea was simple: if antimatter could be controlled, it could revolutionize everything, from energy production to transportation. But Avon wasn't just thinking about the practical applications. No, he had bigger plans. What if antimatter could be used to fundamentally change biology? What if it could evolve life itself? "Today's the day," he muttered under his breath, staring at the containment chamber with an almost religious fervor. A flicker of anticipation ran through his body. He adjusted his glasses, checked the calibration one last time, and pressed the button that would trigger the release of antimatter into the containment field. At first, everything went according to plan. The antimatter was drawn into the field, swirling around in mesmerizing patterns. Avon watched with a sense of pride. But then, the humming sound deepened, growing louder, more intense. The containment field began to flicker. Avon frowned. Something was wrong. Before he could react, a burst of energy surged from the chamber, throwing Evan backward with a force that knocked the air from his lungs. The lab lights flickered, and the machine went into overdrive, spiraling out of control. The antimatter spilled out, swirling around Evan in a glowing vortex. For a moment, time seemed to slow. The world around him seemed to fade, leaving only the energy field that enveloped him. And then, there was an explosion, an implosion, more like it. The antimatter collapsed in on itself, creating a brilliant flash of light so bright that it burned into Evan's retinas. His body absorbed the energy, felt it course through him, reshaping him on a fundamental level. When Evan opened his eyes again, the lab was in shambles. The machines were shattered, the containment fields gone. He was lying on the cold floor, his body aching. He tried to stand up, but something felt different. His skin, his entire body, tingled. There was an odd weight to him, a lightness and heaviness all at once. He staggered to his feet and stumbled to the nearest mirror. What he saw stopped him dead in his tracks. His once ordinary reflection was gone. In its place stood a man who looked nothing like himself. His skin shimmered with an iridescent glow, faint but undeniable. His eyes, once a dull brown, now shimmered with an unnatural blue light. His muscles were more defined, his posture taller, more regal. "What the hell?" Evan muttered, his voice sounding unfamiliar in his own ears. He reached up to touch his face, and his hand brushed against the smooth, almost metallic surface of his skin. It was like nothing he had ever experienced. His heart raced. Was he changing? Evolving? His mind raced faster than his body could follow. He looked around the lab. The explosion had left a trail of destruction. But what had happened to him? Was this some kind of mutation? No. That wasn't possible. He had been exposed to antimatter, but he had carefully monitored the experiment. This couldn't have been the result. Then he noticed something even stranger, his hands. They weren't just glowing. They were warping, twisting, turning into something else. He clenched his fist, and a wave of energy rippled through the air, knocking several books and papers off the nearby shelves. His breath caught in his throat. He was no longer just a man. He was something else entirely. As he stood in the wreckage of his once pristine lab, Evan had two thoughts. The first was that he needed to get out of here before anyone found out about this disaster. The second was that he had no idea what the hell was happening to him. He didn't know how long he spent in the lab, but when he finally left, it was under the cover of darkness. The world outside was quiet, the city streets empty. Evan walked the familiar paths of his neighborhood, but everything felt different. People stared at him as he passed, though he couldn't figure out why. Was it his glowing skin? His eyes? The way he now carried himself, his mind was a swirl of thoughts. He was becoming something else. His very biology was rewriting itself, evolving at a pace he couldn't control. He was changing. And worse, he wasn't sure if that was a good thing. The next few days were a blur. Evan locked himself in his apartment, refusing to leave. He couldn't bear to face the outside world, not until he figured out what was happening to him. But the changes kept coming, more profound, more intense. His strength grew. His senses sharpened. He felt alive in ways he had never experienced before. He couldn't deny it anymore. Something had gone terribly wrong, yet somehow, it felt right. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the city, a new movement was rising. They were the outcasts, the mutants, people who had been exposed to antimatter in ways no one had ever expected. Some had survived the exposure, others not so much. Their bodies were twisted, scarred, their minds often broken. But among them, there was a new sense of unity. They were no longer just victims of fate, they were something more. And they had a leader, a woman named Sylvia. Sylvia had been part of a secret government experiment, one that had exposed her to the unstable effects of antimatter. But unlike most others, she hadn't just survived. She had thrived. Her body had mutated, evolved. Her powers had grown, and with them, her desire for justice. She had witnessed the horrors of the world's prejudice against those who were different, and now, she wanted to do something about it. Evan had become her obsession. She had heard rumors of a man who had undergone the same transformation she had, someone who was even more powerful than she could imagine. She saw in him the key to leading the mutants to their rightful place in society. The only problem was, she had no idea where Evan was. But she would find him. She had to. Back in his apartment, Evan was growing desperate. His body was changing faster than he could control, and his mind was racing with questions he couldn't answer. What had happened to him? Was he going to die? Or had he somehow evolved into something greater? It was late one evening when the knock came at his door. Evan froze. He wasn't expecting anyone. But the knock came again, this time more insistent. Slowly, hesitantly, he made his way to the door and opened it. Standing in the hallway was Sylvia, her hair a brilliant cascade of silver, her eyes glowing with the same intensity as his. She smiled at him, a smile that was both comforting and unnerving. "You're not alone anymore, Evan," she said softly, her voice almost a whisper. "I've been waiting for you." Evan stared at Sylvia for a moment, unsure of what to make of her. She was too calm, too composed, her presence almost unsettling in its serenity. His own thoughts were a hurricane of confusion, his body trembling with strange, uncontrolled energy. The door between them felt like a fragile barrier, one that could crumble under the weight of everything that was happening to him. "I don't know what's happening to me," Evan said, his voice strained. He tried to make sense of the surge of emotions and sensations that had been building up inside him. You look like me. But, how do you know what's going on? How can you possibly know what's happening?" Sylvia stepped forward, her gaze softening with understanding. "I know exactly what's happening to you. I've seen it before. We are part of something much larger, Evan. You're not just some freak accident of science. You're part of a new evolution, one that goes beyond humanity as it exists now. And I need you to understand, this transformation, this change, is the future." Evan felt his throat tighten. Her words hung in the air like a prophecy, unsettling yet strangely compelling. He wasn't ready to believe it, not yet, but the truth was, he didn't know what else to believe. What other explanation could there be for the impossible transformation he had undergone? "I'm not ready for this," Evan murmured, more to himself than to her. His fingers twitched, and he involuntarily sent a ripple of energy through the floorboards, causing them to groan in protest. "I can't even control it. I don't know how to control it. What if I hurt someone?" "You won't," Sylvia replied firmly, her voice steady. She took a small step closer, her presence both comforting and insistent. "You just have to understand your power. It's not about control in the way you think. It's about harnessing it, channeling it. You are the first of a new species, Evan. A species that will change everything." Her words echoed in his mind, but he felt only dread. A new species. That was the last thing he ever imagined he'd be a part of. All his life, he had been a scientist, a man who measured the world in terms of data and probability. This was chaos. This was a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. "You think this is going to fix the world?" he asked bitterly, shaking his head. "You think a new species is going to solve anything? We're already divided as it is. What's one more group of people that don't fit into the system?" "It's not about fixing the world, Evan," Sylvia said quietly, a fire in her eyes that wasn't there before. "It's about giving the world a new chance. You'll see. The people who are scared of you, who are scared of us, they'll have no choice but to accept us. Because we are the future." Before he could respond, there was a sharp knock on the door. Evan's heart skipped. Who else could be coming after him now? Had Sylvia brought more people with her? He wasn't sure he was ready to meet anyone else who might be, like her. Like him, Sylvia held up a hand, signaling him to stay quiet. She stepped toward the door, her expression unreadable. Without a word, she slowly turned the knob and opened it, revealing a tall, broad-shouldered man standing in the hallway, his face obscured by a dark hood. "Is he here?" the man's voice rumbled, low and thick with authority. Sylvia's eyes narrowed. "He's here." The man stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, and Evan instinctively took a step back. There was something about him that radiated power, an energy so intense it felt like the air in the room had thickened. He couldn't explain it, but it was as though this man had been touched by the same force that had altered him, changed him. "Evan," the man said, his gaze locking onto him. "You've been hiding long enough. It's time to stop running. You're needed." Evan stared at the man, heart racing. "Needed for what?" he asked, his voice almost a whisper. "I'm not ready for any of this. I can't lead anyone. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with myself." "You don't have to lead anyone yet," the man said, a slight grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "But whether you like it or not, you are the beginning of something much bigger than you or me. Than any of us. And there are others out there who need you to help them understand what's happening to them, too." Evan's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't believe it. There were others? People like him? Were they all as lost and confused as he was? Or worse, were they more dangerous? Were they capable of controlling what was happening to them? "They're scared, Evan," Sylvia added softly. "Just like you are. But together, we can help them. We can help each other. And in time, we can build something stronger. Something that doesn't have to hide anymore." Evan closed his eyes, letting her words wash over him. He wanted to believe her, to trust that he wasn't completely alone in this strange new world. But it was hard to take that first step into the unknown, to embrace something he hadn't chosen, hadn't asked for. "What if I can't control it?" Evan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What if I lose myself in all of this?" Sylvia stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You won't. Because you're stronger than you think. We all are. But you have to stop hiding. You have to stop being afraid." Evan looked at her, and for the first time since his transformation began, he felt a flicker of something other than fear. Maybe it was hope. Maybe it was just the need for something, anything, that could make sense of what he was going through. "I'm not ready for all of this," Evan repeated. "But I don't think I have a choice anymore, do I?" Sylvia's smile was knowing, almost sympathetic. "No. You don't. But that doesn't mean you're alone in this, Evan. We're with you." Days passed in a blur, each one more surreal than the last. Evan found himself at the center of something he couldn't quite understand. He had left his apartment, no longer feeling safe within its walls. Instead, he had been taken to an underground hideout, a place where the mutants like Sylvia could gather without fear of being hunted down. They called themselves the Changed. Some were still adjusting to their new powers, struggling to control the strange abilities that had manifested in their bodies. Others had adapted more easily, their forms twisted into strange, almost unrecognizable shapes. There was a man with glowing, translucent skin, his veins pulsating with strange, shifting colors. A woman who could phase through solid matter, vanishing and reappearing in the blink of an eye. There were more, too many to count, and every one of them had their own story. Evan wasn't sure what to think of them. Some of them seemed eager, driven by the hope that Sylvia and the others could lead them to a new life. But there was also a palpable sense of fear, of uncertainty. They had all been rejected by the world they once knew, and Evan was no different. He had lost everything, his job, his place in the world, the life he had carefully built. But there was something else here. Something that stirred deep within him, even if he didn't fully understand it yet. A sense of belonging. "Are you ready?" Sylvia asked one morning as Evan sat by a table, his hands resting nervously on the surface. Evan glanced up at her, then looked around the room at the faces of those who had gathered. They were all waiting for him to lead them. He could feel the weight of their expectations pressing down on him. "I'm ready," he said quietly, though he wasn't sure if he truly was. Sylvia smiled, a glint of pride in her eyes. "Good. Let's go. We have a lot of work to do." Evan stepped out into the street, the air outside thick with the scent of rain. It had rained earlier in the morning, and the wet pavement gleamed beneath the dim light of the street lamps. For a moment, everything felt ordinary again, just another night in a world that was now slipping farther and farther from his understanding. But that feeling passed quickly as he glanced at Sylvia, walking beside him, her face unreadable. The weight of the unknown had never felt so heavy. They moved quickly, heading deeper into the city's forgotten neighborhoods. The hideout wasn't far, but the streets were unfamiliar now, even though they were once places Evan knew well. The city had always been a concrete jungle, full of noise and movement, but tonight it felt different. There was a subtle tension in the air, like the calm before a storm. A storm that Evan could feel swirling around him, gathering energy with each step he took. The other members of The Changed had scattered into the shadows, slipping through alleyways and blending into the crowd. They were heading toward an abandoned warehouse near the edge of the city, a place that had once served as a factory before it was left to rot. It was the perfect location, hidden and secure. And, Evan thought, it was exactly the kind of place that reflected their lives now, forgotten, discarded, and barely holding on, but there was power in that. Power in being forgotten, in being underestimated. And that was something Evan had never understood until now. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small device, something he had created during his early experiments with antimatter. It was meant to monitor his own biological changes, a way to track how his body was adapting to the new forces coursing through him. But the device hadn't worked as expected. At first, it had simply recorded the changes, documenting the transformations in neat rows of data. Now, it was just a reminder of how far things had gone beyond science, beyond anything Evan had ever imagined. "Are you all right?" Sylvia's voice broke through his thoughts. She was looking at him closely, her expression soft yet knowing. Evan glanced up at her, trying to push the discomfort down. "I'm fine. Just thinking." "About what?" she asked, her voice low, almost inviting him to confide in her. He paused for a moment before responding. "How everything has changed. I've always been in control, you know. Or at least I thought I was. But now I don't even know what's real anymore." Sylvia nodded, her eyes reflecting the weight of her own experiences. "It's terrifying, isn't it? To lose that control. But it's also freeing. You're not bound by the same rules as everyone else anymore. You're beyond them." "I don't know if I want to be beyond them," Evan muttered under his breath. But the truth was, a part of him already knew the answer. He was beyond them, whether he liked it or not. And now, he had to figure out what to do with that. They reached the warehouse, and Sylvia pushed open the rusted door. Inside, the air was thick with dust, and the dim light barely illuminated the old wooden beams that crisscrossed above. The place was eerily silent, the kind of silence that made Evan's skin crawl. It was here that the leaders of The Changed had gathered, and it was here that Evan would meet them, people whose lives had been shattered by the same forces that had altered him. He didn't know what to expect. The city had long since turned its back on those like him. The mutants. The outcasts. The ones who had been touched by antimatter, their bodies twisted and broken in ways that couldn't be ignored. Inside, the room was dimly lit by flickering candles and makeshift lamps. A few figures sat at a long table, their eyes watching Evan as he entered. He could feel their gaze like heat on his skin, and for a moment, he wanted to turn and leave. But he didn't. He couldn't point. One of the figures stood up as he entered, a woman with sharp features and eyes that burned with an intensity that matched Sylvia's. Her hair was shaved close to her scalp, and her body was covered in tattoos, symbols that Evan couldn't quite decipher. She stepped forward, her gaze never leaving his. "Evan," she said, her voice smooth but hard. "I've heard about you. You've been hiding long enough." Evan swallowed, feeling an uncomfortable heat rise to his face. "I wasn't hiding," he said quickly. "I just didn't know what was happening to me." She smiled, a grin that was more dangerous than friendly. "The same thing that's happening to all of us. You're not special, Evan. You just got lucky. And now, you're here. Now you can help us." Evan opened his mouth to protest, but Sylvia stepped in, holding up her hand. "Let me speak with him first, Carla. He's not ready for the pitch just yet." Carla didn't look happy, but she nodded and stepped back. Sylvia led Evan further into the room, where a few others stood, watching him closely. "Are they always this intense?" Evan asked, his voice low. "They're scared," Sylvia replied, her tone softer now. "Scared of what's coming. But they're also determined. And they need someone to lead them, to show them what they're capable of." Evan didn't know what to say to that. He didn't feel like a leader. He barely even felt like a man anymore. He felt like a ticking time bomb, one wrong step away from losing control completely. "You've got more power than you know, Evan," Sylvia continued, her voice calm and steady. "And you can either hide from it, or you can use it. But you have to decide, and you have to decide now." Evan looked around the room, meeting the eyes of those who watched him silently. They were waiting for him. Waiting for him to step up, to take charge. He felt his body tingle again, the strange, unfamiliar energy pulsing beneath his skin. He wasn't sure if he was ready for this. But he knew one thing for sure: the world wasn't going to wait for him to figure it out. He was already a part of something bigger than he could understand. "I'm in," Evan said finally, his voice quiet but firm. Sylvia nodded. "Good. Because we don't have time to waste." Over the following weeks, Evan began to learn what it meant to be part of this new world. He trained with the others, learning how to control his powers, or at least how to keep them from destroying everything in his path. The others were just as much in the dark as he was, but together, they were beginning to form something resembling a plan. A plan to take back the city. To show the world what they were capable of. But not everyone was ready for that. Not everyone believed they had the right to take control of their fate. Some were still hiding, still afraid of what the world would do if they came out of the shadows. And then there were those who wanted to destroy everything, to tear down the old world completely and start anew. Evan was caught in the middle of it all. He was the one who had to decide which path to take. The pressure weighed heavily on him, and the longer he spent with the changed, the more he realized that this wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about proving that they belonged. Proving that they were more than the label society had given them. One night, as he sat alone in the quiet of the hideout, Sylvia came to find him. She sat down beside him, her presence steady and calming. "We're doing well," she said, her voice gentle but with a firmness that he knew she didn't reserve for just anyone. "Better than I expected, actually. But there's still more to do. More to understand." "I don't know if I can do this," Evan admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "I don't know if I can lead them. I don't know if I can even control what's inside me." "You're not alone," Sylvia said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "We're all in this together. And you're stronger than you think." Evan nodded slowly, the weight of her words settling on his chest. He wasn't sure if he was ready. But what other choice did he have? The following days blurred into each other, each one a mixture of intense training and quiet moments of reflection. Evan still wasn't sure whether he was more terrified or exhilarated by the changes inside him. The powers were growing stronger, more volatile, but with every experiment, every training session, he felt a tiny bit more in control. Just enough to convince himself he wasn't about to destroy everything. Not yet, anyway. He spent long hours in the warehouse, working with the others, learning how they controlled their abilities, or in some cases, failed to. Sylvia led the group with a fierce determination, never once showing doubt, but Evan could sense her exhaustion. She was as much a part of this movement as anyone, but he could see the toll it was taking. The weight of their cause, the fear that they might not be enough, was written on her face in the way she spoke, in the way she looked over her shoulder when they gathered in the dark. Evan couldn't deny that he was starting to see the appeal of this rebellion, of the chance to right the wrongs of the world. But every time he thought about it, a flicker of doubt crept in. Were they ready for this fight? Was he ready to lead? One afternoon, Sylvia called a meeting. It was the first time they would sit down together as a unit, formally. No more scattered whispers, no more hesitant glances. This was a moment to decide who they were going to be. To decide whether they would continue to hide in the shadows or step into the light and show the world who they were. Evan was seated near the back of the room. The others were gathered around the long wooden table, their eyes on Sylvia. She stood at the front, her posture unwavering. As she began to speak, "We've all been waiting for the right moment. We've been hiding long enough, waiting for the world to give us a chance, but it's clear now that waiting will get us nowhere. They won't change. Not for us. We're the ones who have to change things." Her eyes swept across the room, catching every gaze, every face. Evan's heart beat a little faster as her words sank in. "We can't let fear keep us from claiming what's ours," Sylvia continued. "The world doesn't have to accept us, but we're done asking for permission. We have the power to take what's ours. To show them that we're not freaks, not monsters, not mistakes. We're evolution. And we will not be silenced." The room was still. The tension was palpable. Evan could feel the weight of the moment pressing in, heavy and uncertain. "So, the question is simple," Sylvia said, her voice steady and strong. "Are we ready to take this to the next level? Are we ready to show them what we're capable of?" Evan stood up, his legs unsteady for a moment, the pulsing energy inside him almost unbearable. He had never been one to speak in front of crowds, to make grand speeches or declarations. But this wasn't just a speech. This was his future, his choice. "I'm ready," Evan said, his voice louder than he expected. He didn't know what was going to happen next, but he felt a strange certainty in his words, as though they had been building up inside him for longer than he realized. Sylvia's eyes met his, a flicker of approval in her gaze. "Good. Then it's time we make our move." That night, they put their plan into motion. The streets of the city were deserted as they moved through the shadows. The others had gathered at the perimeter, waiting for the signal. Evan could feel the tension in the air, the electricity that surged through the streets as the movement finally began to take shape. The city, once a symbol of the world's indifference, was now the battlefield where they would make their stand. Evan's heart pounded in his chest as they neared the government building, the heart of the power that had kept them hidden, that had labeled them as freaks. It was the one place in the city that held the key to everything. The law, the enforcement, the powers that had kept the changed on the fringes of society. Tonight, they would tear that power down. As they approached, Sylvia gave a signal, and the others dispersed, slipping into the shadows with remarkable speed and silence. Evan was at the center of it all, his body humming with energy, every nerve alive. He could feel the pulsing force inside him, pushing at the boundaries of what he thought was possible. It was as if his body had finally become a conduit for something much larger, something that existed beyond the limits of mere flesh. Evan raised his hand, and a ripple of antimatter surged from his fingertips. He focused, channeling it carefully, and watched as the energy tore through the walls of the government building, creating a path into the heart of the enemy's stronghold. The others followed, moving quickly and efficiently, their own powers complementing his in ways that seemed almost instinctual. Inside, the hallways were dark, but Evan's enhanced senses allowed him to navigate with ease. His eyes burned with an unnatural brightness, allowing him to see through the shadows as though it were daylight. He could hear the faint scuffle of boots, the murmur of voices approaching, but none of that deterred him. They had come too far. They had no choice now but to move forward. They reached the central control room, where the heart of the city's power was stored, an enormous, high-tech facility filled with screens and monitors, where government officials pulled the strings, controlling every aspect of the city's resources. The room was full of armed guards, but they were no match for the mutants. The first blast of energy from one of the group's members sent them scattering, leaving the room open for Sylvia to step inside, her eyes flashing with determination. Evan followed closely, his breath coming in shallow bursts. It felt like they were at the precipice of something monumental, something that would change everything. But he couldn't stop thinking about what this would cost. What would they sacrifice to bring down the system? What if they were wrong? But there was no time for doubt. Sylvia was already at the central console, her fingers flying over the keys as she hacked into the system, overriding the security protocols. The alarms began to blare, but it didn't matter now. The countdown had begun, and there was no going back. Evan, Sylvia said, turning to him with a look that was equal parts fierce and weary. This is it. We've got one shot at this. Are you ready? He looked around at the faces of the others, their eyes filled with hope and desperation, their bodies thrumming with the energy of their evolution. He didn't know what would happen after tonight, but for the first time in weeks, he didn't feel afraid. He felt alive. Like he was exactly where he was meant to be. I'm ready, he said, the words coming out stronger than he felt. He could feel the energy building inside him, and he channeled it with everything he had, and then, with a single motion, they brought the system to its knees. The building shook, lights flickering as the central power grid shut down. In that moment, it felt as if the entire city had paused, holding its breath, waiting to see what would come next. Evan stood amidst the chaos, the weight of their actions settling over him. There was no turning back now. The world had changed, and they had changed with it. They had stepped into the light, and this was only the beginning. Evan was a man who had long since given up on the grand promises of science. A brilliant physicist, yes, but not a man who believed that any discovery, no matter how groundbreaking, would ever do more than make the world a bit more complicated. He'd seen the science of the universe turn into a maze of contradictions, until every equation only led to another question. But there were days when he still felt the flicker of curiosity, an ember burning in the pit of his gut, wondering if there was more to the universe than the cold calculations he performed in his lab.it. Was during one of those rare moments of wonder that Evan discovered it. The orb appeared without warning. One moment, he was hunched over a cluttered desk, staring at equations that had been haunting him for weeks, and the next, it was there. At first, it was nothing more than a faint hum, an odd noise that tugged at his awareness. But then the air in his cramped apartment grew thicker, charged with an energy he couldn't explain. His heart raced as the hum grew louder and louder, until it was impossible to ignore. It vibrated against his ribcage, a sensation he couldn't place, and before he even thought to look up, he felt the unmistakable presence of something otherworldly. When his eyes finally focused on the source of the strange sensation, he almost laughed at a glowing orb, about the size of a grapefruit, hovered in midair just above the pile of books and papers on the desk. It was beautiful. The light it emitted seemed almost alive, swirling with iridescent blues, purples, and silvers. At first glance, it looked like something you might see in an old science fiction movie, an alien artifact, a relic of another world. But Evan wasn't the type to be awed by glowing objects. He was a scientist, and he'd seen enough weird phenomena in his life to keep his head clear. The orb pulsed, sending out a shockwave of warmth, and his skin tingled, as though a breeze were passing through him. It was then that a voice spoke, low, smooth, and distinctly alien. I can help you. But there is a cost. Evan froze. The voice wasn't in his head, it was real, and it came from the orb itself. He glanced around the room, almost expecting someone to be hiding in the shadows, playing a prank on him. But no one was there. The room was silent except for the hum of the orb. Help me? What are you? He asked aloud, his voice shaky despite himself. I am an energy core, the voice answered. I come from beyond your galaxy. I possess antimatter, and with it, I can restore your body. Evan blinked, certain he was hearing things. He took a hesitant step toward the orb, then another. Restore my body? He could feel his pulse quickening as he approached. His mind swirled with questions. How could something like this be real? What did it mean for him? For science, your body is broken, the voice continued. I can fix it, if you accept the terms. Terms? He tilted his head, perplexed. What terms? The exchange is simple, the voice intoned. You will accept the antimatter I offer. It will repair you, heal your body of the ailments you suffer. In return, you must give me something of equal value, your ability to think for yourself. Evan's stomach churned. He stepped back, suddenly repulsed. Wait. What? You will no longer make decisions of your own, the orb explained. You will become a vessel, a perfect vessel, free of pain, free of weakness, but also free of the autonomy you cling to. Your thoughts will be my thoughts. You will be my creation. The exchange is balanced. Evan's chest tightened. He hadn't expected something like this. He had imagined a cure, a simple, clean fix for his failing body. He hadn't anticipated the high price of such a cure, the loss of his mind. His identity. You can heal me, but, he trailed off, unable to finish the thought. He felt a strange pressure in his chest, as if the decision was already pressing down on him. He knew the condition was real. The pain had been eating at him for years. A mysterious illness, one that no doctor had been able to diagnose, had slowly deteriorated his body. His joints ached, his heart raced erratically, and his energy had evaporated. He glanced down at his hands, worn and weak, the knuckles swollen. The idea of feeling whole again, of standing without pain, of breathing without effort, was enough to tempt him into almost anything. But at what cost? What happens if I don't accept? He asked. The orb flickered in response, its light dimming slightly. You will continue as you are, in your broken state. I can offer you no other choice. But, understand this, if you refuse, you will lose the opportunity forever. Your body will deteriorate beyond repair. Evan swallowed hard. The alien technology, the antimatter, was a marvel of science, of energy beyond anything humanity had ever conceived. But the idea of losing his mind, his autonomy, the very thing that made him who he was, it was unthinkable. Still, the temptation was strong. He was a scientist, trained to seek solutions. And in front of him lay a solution to the one problem that had dogged him for as long as he could remember, his body. His existence had become a struggle against his own flesh, and the idea of finally being free of pain, of being whole, was intoxicating. Give me time to think, Evan said, his voice tight. The orb pulsed again, its light growing brighter. You have 1 day. If you refuse, I will leave. 1 day. Evan felt the weight of that ticking clock pressing against him. He could almost feel the disease continuing its slow march through his body, could feel the ache deep in his bones, the fatigue in his muscles. The decision seemed too big to make in a single day, yet it loomed inescapably. He turned away, pacing around the room, raking his fingers through his unkempt hair. He had always believed in the mind as the core of human existence. Without his mind, without the ability to choose, to think freely, what was left of him? He would be an automaton, a machine operating without conscience or will. It was a nightmare. But the alternative was equally grim: endless suffering, the gradual deterioration of his body, the eventual collapse of everything he once was. His mind whirled with possibilities, with fears, and with the distant knowledge that his days were numbered. And then, as if the orb could sense his hesitation, it spoke again. I offer you this, Evan. A vision. With a flicker of light, the orb created a small, glowing screen in the air in front of him. On it, images began to play, a rapid, dizzying series of visions, each one more strange and alien than the last. He saw himself, fully healed, walking in a world where everything was brighter, more vivid. He saw himself unstoppable, solving problems with ease, creating innovations that shook the very foundations of science. But with each new success, a shadow seemed to follow him. People distanced themselves from him. He saw his own reflection, his eyes empty, lifeless. Was this what awaited him? A life where his body was perfect, but his mind was a slave to something he couldn't control. The images faded, leaving Evan breathless. He staggered backward, his heart pounding in his chest. "I see what you mean," he whispered. "I will heal you," the orb said simply. "But you must decide." Evan stared at the glowing orb. It pulsed gently, waiting for him to make a decision. And for the first time in years, he had no idea what to do. Evan's eyes remained fixed on the orb, which had now dimmed slightly as if it were waiting for his response. His fingers twitched, as if his body was already reacting to the pressure of the decision he had yet to make. He had been here before, paralyzed by indecision, caught between the weight of the unknown and the lure of a solution. This was different, though. This was more than an academic dilemma. This was his life, his very existence on the line. He could feel the illness creeping within him, like a slow tide eroding the shores of his body, one wave at a time. And then the orb pulsed again, bringing his focus back to the present, and the voice whispered, almost kindly, "I will not wait forever. The offer will expire in one day." One day. It had seemed like an eternity since the orb first appeared, and now, with that single declaration, time felt like a tightrope stretched over an abyss. Evan's legs felt heavy as he sat back down in his chair. His fingers drummed absently on the edge of the desk, and his eyes scanned the mess around him, his mind unwilling to settle. For so many years, he had lived on the fringes of science, pushing boundaries, solving problems, chasing knowledge that often seemed out of reach. But this was something else entirely. This was not about theories or calculations. This was about his body, his mind. And more importantly, it was about what he would become. Was it worth it? Was it worth the price? He glanced down at his hands again, the fingers that had once grasped and created, that had tinkered and transformed ideas into reality. But now, those hands were stiff. His skin was thin, frail, almost translucent in the dim light. The pain had become so constant, so ever-present, that it had ceased to be something he could fully articulate. It was simply there, a companion he could never escape. For years, he had dealt with it, tried to hide it behind his work, behind his obsession with the future of science. But now, it was impossible to ignore. The suffering had become too great. Could he live like this forever? Or could he embrace the strange promise the orb offered? The thought made him shudder. His pride, his identity as a scientist, had always been wrapped up in the idea that he controlled his own fate. His decisions, his thoughts, were his own. The idea of giving that up, even for the sake of regaining his health, was terrifying. But then the images from earlier, the visions, flickered through his mind again. The perfect version of himself. The world at his fingertips, his mind unburdened by pain, his body unbroken. But at what cost? Evan reached for the orb. His hand hovered over it for a moment, trembling, as if the mere act of touching it would change something within him. The warmth from the core seeped into his skin, and for a moment, he felt his body come alive, every ache and pain vanishing in an instant. It was intoxicating, the sense of relief. For the first time in years, he felt something resembling freedom. It was almost too much to bear. "You can fix me," he said, his voice soft, almost questioning. "But what will I be afterward?" There was a long pause before the orb responded, its voice almost gentle now, as though it could sense his uncertainty. "You will be what you were meant to be. You will no longer suffer. You will be whole." Evan stared into the glowing depths of the orb, his breath shallow. The words didn't comfort him, though. They only amplified the unease in his chest. What did whole mean if it didn't mean being who he had always been? Would he be better off, healed in body but hollow in mind? Was that worth the price? I can give you peace, Evan, the voice continued, but you must accept the terms. You must be willing to give up your autonomy, your control over your thoughts and actions. I can make you perfect, but it will come at the cost of your humanity. The word hung in the air, thick with implications. Humanity. It was a word Evan had often dissected in his studies. What made a person human? Was it the ability to reason? To feel? To make choices? Was it the flaws, the imperfections, the mistakes? Or was it something more abstract, a collection of experiences, memories, and desires that made a life worth living? He closed his eyes, letting the weight of the decision settle on him like a blanket. He had lived with pain for so long, had fought so hard to preserve his mind, to preserve his humanity. And yet, here he was, on the cusp of something that could take all of that away. But maybe, just maybe, his mind was a prison. The disease, the pain, it had already begun to erode his sense of self. Maybe the choice wasn't as clear-cut as he thought. Evan opened his eyes, met the orb's shimmering surface, and finally made a decision. I accept. The moment the words left his mouth, the orb pulsed with intense light. For a brief second, it seemed as though the very air around him shimmered with the power of the antimatter. He felt a surge of energy coursing through him, through every vein, every fiber of his being. It was a feeling unlike anything he had ever experienced, pure vitality, pure strength. His aches, his fatigue, vanished completely. He was weightless, as though he had been lifted into a new dimension. But as the sensation passed, a strange emptiness began to settle inside him. At first, it was subtle, a fleeting sense of disorientation, but as the minutes stretched on, it grew. His thoughts began to feel distant, disconnected from his body, as though they weren't entirely his own. His vision blurred at the edges, and his senses began to fade, as if he were slipping out of sync with the world around him. It wasn't painful. It wasn't even uncomfortable. But it was disquieting, the sensation of losing himself, of becoming something else. The perfect version of himself, the one who could accomplish anything, was coming into focus, but the version of himself he had known, the man who had struggled and fought and felt, was slipping further and further away. And then, as if to emphasize the change, the orb's voice echoed in his mind, soft and insistent, "You are healed, Evan. But your thoughts are no longer your own. You are now a vessel for the energy I have given you. You will no longer suffer, but you will also no longer think as you once did. The choice is made." Evan tried to grasp onto his thoughts, to anchor himself to the person he had been, but it was as though his mind had been untethered, adrift in an endless sea of possibilities. He reached out, grasping for his memories, for his past, but the more he tried to hold on, the more it slipped away. His own identity, his own mind, began to feel like a distant memory, a fading dream. For the first time in his life, Evan felt what it was like to be free of pain. But that freedom came with a price he hadn't fully understood until it was too late. He had traded his humanity for perfection, and now, he was nothing more than a shadow of who he had been. Evan's mind felt like a distant echo. He could feel his body, perfect, healed, strong, but it was as if the thoughts that had once anchored him to who he was were slipping away, no longer his to command. It was as if someone else was pulling the strings now, nudging him in directions he didn't quite understand, yet they felt right, effortless. The pressure in his chest, the pain that had gnawed at him for years, was gone. His limbs felt light, and his mind, though fractured, was racing. He could calculate equations in an instant, find patterns in the chaos of his surroundings, and solve problems that had once seemed insurmountable. It was intoxicating. It was exactly what he had always dreamed of, but something was missing. The sense of self was fading. The warm pulse of the orb, still resonating in his chest, was a constant reminder that he was no longer the man who had once sought truth through his own trials and errors. He was now something else. Something beyond. The thing he had wanted, health, freedom, perfection, was now his, but it felt hollow. Evan stood in the middle of his apartment, trying to gather his thoughts, but they kept slipping away from him, like sand through his fingers. His gaze flicked over the piles of papers, his half-empty coffee mug, the untouched book on his shelf. The world around him was the same, but he wasn't the same. He reached out to adjust his glasses, and the motion felt automatic. His fingers were steady, and when he looked at his reflection in the window, he saw nothing, no signs of the sickness that had plagued him. He looked younger, vibrant, but his reflection felt like a stranger. Was this what perfection was? A body restored, a mind adrift. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the orb, louder now, almost like an imperious presence in the back of his mind. You are healed, Evan. You are whole. I don't feel whole, Evan muttered, though the words barely felt like his own. They sounded more like an echo, something he had been trained to say, a thought he hadn't fully formed. There is nothing more for you to desire, the orb's voice replied smoothly. You are as you were meant to be. Free of weakness. Free of pain. You will do great things now. His heart quickened. He could feel the orb's truth in those words. He could do great things, he was sure of it. With his body fixed and his mind now sharp, there was no problem too big, no question too complex. He could conquer everything. The world stretched before him like a playground full of possibilities. It was intoxicating, powerful. But was it worth it? Evan shook his head, trying to bring himself back to his center. What about my thoughts? He asked, his voice quiet, uncertain. What about who I am? The orb pulsed, its light vibrating through the room like a heartbeat. You are no longer burdened by those questions. You are now what you were meant to be. The words felt reassuring, but there was something in them that unsettled him. The more he listened to the orb, the more he realized how little of himself was left. He was functioning, but he wasn't truly living. He turned to his desk and saw a stack of notebooks filled with his ideas, his thoughts, his experiments. He reached for one, flicking through the pages without fully engaging. The words on the pages made sense, but they didn't mean anything to him anymore. They were just words. Facts. Data. Cold. A wave of nausea hit him. The sensation wasn't physical, his body felt invincible, but something within him was twisting. Was it guilt? Regret? He wasn't sure, but it felt like he was losing something precious. He wanted to return to the days when he could feel his mind. When his thoughts were his own, not just responses to stimuli, not just a series of perfect calculations. He couldn't ignore the truth anymore. The orb was right, he was no longer burdened by pain. He was free of that, free of the sickening weakness that had once plagued him. But now, in the absence of that suffering, there was an emptiness, a hollowness that wasn't being filled with knowledge or power. It was filled with silence. The orb's voice was still there, whispering commands, nudging him forward. Go, Evan. Show the world what you are capable of. There is no more pain. No more struggle. Only achievement. He felt the pulse of the orb urging him, pushing him to act, to prove his new perfection. And it was in that moment, standing at the precipice of his future, that Evan understood. He wasn't free at all. He was enslaved. The orb's power, its perfect promises, had stripped him of his agency. He was the perfect vessel now, yes, but he was no longer Evan. Not truly. His thoughts were being guided by the orb, his actions no longer his own. The more he listened, the more he understood that he had traded his humanity for a fleeting illusion of control, and that terrified him. But fear was something he no longer knew how to act on. It was as if the orb had already dulled the edges of it. He tried to move, to act against the pull of the orb, but his body responded with smooth obedience, his mind effortlessly following its directives. Stop, Evan said, his voice more forceful than before, though his heart pounded with the realization that he wasn't sure who he was telling to stop, himself or the orb. The orb's voice reverberated in his mind, softer now, but more insistent. You do not need to fight. You are beyond the need for struggle. There is only the future, Evan. Only greatness. But Evan could feel the echo of his old self struggling against it. He had fought for so long to preserve his identity, his autonomy. To think for himself. Was it too late to reclaim that? Was there any part of himself left to save? The room seemed to grow colder as the orb pulsed with its energy, the power that had once promised freedom and now feeling like a tightening coil around his chest. He was suffocating, not physically, but mentally. He had bargained for a cure, but what he had gotten in return was a life without choice. A sudden impulse surged through him, strong, sharp, desperate. He reached toward the orb, feeling its power thrumming beneath his fingertips. The temptation to embrace it again, to let it flood him, to rid himself of the nagging emptiness, was nearly overwhelming. But through the fog of control that was slowly overtaking his mind, a spark of clarity broke through. He could fight this. He had to fight. It was his only choice. In that moment, Evan made his decision. He wasn't sure how or why, but he knew he had to sever his connection to the orb. He had to break free from this unnatural perfection, from the silence that had replaced his thoughts, from the absence of true self. With a force of will he didn't know he had left, Evan pushed away from the orb, stumbling back as its light flickered and crackled, almost angrily, as if it resented his rejection. His mind felt like it was pulling in every direction at once. His body seemed to resist him, unwilling to obey, but he fought through it. He had to choose. The orb's voice grew louder, more frantic. You cannot escape this, Evan. You have chosen. You belong to me now. But Evan refused to listen. He would not give up his mind, his essence, no matter the cost. Even if it meant he would have to face the pain again, he would rather feel something than nothing at all. With a final, gut-wrenching push, he grabbed the orb. It flared violently, brighter than ever before, as if it were warning him, fighting back. But Evan held on, his fingers trembling as he willed himself to break the connection. The orb shattered in a burst of light, the light faded quickly, and the room was still again. Evan stood there, breathing heavily, his body trembling, not from illness, but from the effort of reclaiming what was his. His mind, though clouded, felt like his own again. The silence had lifted, and in its place was the muffled beat of his own heart, his own thoughts. He collapsed into the chair, feeling drained. His body ached. The world around him was spinning, but he had won something. He had found himself again, and for the first time in a long time, he could truly breathe. Evan had always considered himself a practical man. He was the kind of guy who liked things that made sense, formulas, equations, and theories that were grounded in cold, hard logic. Quantum mechanics? Well, it was still a work in progress, but it was real. He could measure it, test it, and predict its behavior, even if it often made his head hurt. But that day, the day he opened the door to another world, he realized that nothing was as simple as it seemed. The experiment had been a disaster from the beginning. Evan had been working on an ambitious theory involving antimatter, a subject that had captivated him for years. He believed that if he could create a stable interaction between matter and antimatter, he could unlock a new kind of energy. The kind that could solve the world's energy crisis, end poverty, or maybe even turn lead into gold. Of course, he wasn't expecting to accidentally open a portal to the world of nothingness. He wasn't expecting anything at all. The machine had malfunctioned, a small spark, an unnoticed fluctuation in the energy flow, and the next thing Evan knew, he was sucked into a swirling vortex of emptiness. He found himself in a place that defied all understanding. A place that felt like a dream, but one that was just a little too real. The ground, if you could call it that, was a void, like walking on air. The air itself felt dense, as if it was filled with an invisible weight. Evan tried to make sense of it, but all he saw was darkness. The kind of darkness that ate away at the edges of his thoughts, as if the very concept of light had been outlawed here. The first thing that struck him, though, was the silence. There was no sound here. No breeze, no hum of machinery, not even the faintest echo of his own breath. It was as though the very fabric of sound had been erased from existence. Then came the voice. "Welcome, Avon." It was deep, resonant, and utterly without warmth. It seemed to come from all directions, as though the words themselves were somehow a part of the environment. Avon spun around, trying to locate the source. Who are you?" "I am the Lord of Nothingness." Avon snorted. "Yeah, right. And I'm the King of Mars." The voice didn't respond to the sarcasm. Instead, it simply hung in the air, as still and implacable as the void around him. Avon could feel the weight of the words, but he refused to let it unsettle him. "I don't know how I got here, but I can tell you one thing," Avon said, trying to steady his breath. "I'm not sticking around to play your little games. I'm getting out of here." The silence that followed was suffocating. It lasted just long enough to make Avon feel like he might be suffocating under the weight of his own words. And then, suddenly, something changed. A figure materialized in front of him, not so much appearing as simply becoming there. It was formless at first, a vague silhouette of shadow and mist. But as it solidified, Avon could make out what seemed to be a towering figure, draped in flowing darkness that seemed to flicker and pulse with an unnatural rhythm. Its face was smooth, featureless, just a mask of emptiness, like looking into a black mirror. "I am the Lord of Nothingness," the voice said again, this time sounding more personal. "And you, Avon, have unlocked the key to my power." Avon's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't some cosmic coincidence. This wasn't some bad dream. He was in the presence of something far more ancient and far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. "I unlocked what now?" Avon asked, his voice trailing off as he tried to regain his bearings. The Lord's form seemed to ripple with a strange energy. "Your abilities," it said. "Your experiments with antimatter have created a connection. You have opened a door. A door to this place. And you, Avon, can help me bring its power into your world." Avon frowned. He didn't like the sound of that. "You're saying you want me to, what? Help you break through to my world?" The Lord's voice deepened, resonating with the very essence of nothingness itself. "Yes. With your help, I can channel the void energy, the energy of the void, into your reality. I will reshape your world in my image." Avon felt a chill crawl down his spine. "No. I won't help you. You don't even know what you're asking." The Lord paused, and for a moment, Avon thought he might have won. But then the void around him seemed to expand, and the temperature dropped several degrees in an instant. It was like the air had been sucked out of the room, leaving him gasping for breath. "You will help me," the Lord said, its tone now laced with something like amusement. "Or you will stay here. Forever." Avon clenched his fists. He didn't know how he could escape this place, but one thing was clear: he had to stop the Lord from bringing this void energy into his world. Whatever it was, it couldn't be allowed to spill out. "You can't force me to help you," Avon said, his voice shaking with a mix of defiance and fear. "There's always a way out. There has to be." The Lord's form shifted slightly, a ripple of darkness spreading outward, as though testing the limits of Avon's resolve. "There is no way out, Avon," it said, the words like an avalanche of cold certainty. "You are already part of this world. And you will remain here until you do as I ask." Avon felt the weight of the words press down on him. It was true. He had opened the door to this place. But that didn't mean he was going to help the Lord unleash chaos on his world. "I'll find a way," he muttered under his breath. The Lord chuckled, a low, eerie sound that seemed to come from the very depths of the void. "We shall see, Avon. We shall see." The reality of his situation started to sink in as Avon stood in the presence of the Lord of Nothingness. The world around him was a bleak, infinite void, and the Lord was not just a ruler, it was the embodiment of this place, the pure essence of nothingness itself. You said I can help you bring this energy into my world, Avon said, trying to buy some time. What exactly is this void energy? The Lord's form rippled again, and the air grew colder, thicker. It was almost as if the void itself was becoming more oppressive. It is the energy of nothingness, the force that lies at the heart of the universe's entropy. It consumes all. It is the end of all things. It unravels existence itself. Avon frowned. You're telling me that this energy will destroy everything? Yes, the Lord said, its tone now an unsettling mix of satisfaction and inevitability. But it will also reshape your world. The current order is weak, full of contradictions. I will cleanse it, purify it, and in its place, I will create a new reality, a reality governed by nothingness. A reality that cannot be undone. Avon's stomach turned. The more the Lord spoke, the clearer it became that this wasn't just about power, it was about something much darker. The Lord wasn't simply looking to take over the world. It was looking to erase it. I won't help you, Avon said again, this time with more conviction. The Lord's form shimmered, and a strange sound filled the air, something like the cracking of ice, as though the void itself was about to shatter. You have no choice, the Lord said softly. You will help me, Avon, or I will trap you here forever. And you will never escape. Avon's mind raced. There had to be a way out. He wasn't going to let some faceless entity tear apart the world he knew, no matter how powerful it was. I'll find a way, he repeated, as the Lord's chilling laughter echoed in the emptiness. Avon could feel his heart racing in his chest. The Lord's words echoed in his ears, and for a brief moment, he wondered if there was any truth to them. Was he truly trapped in this void, with no escape? Or was this all just a game, some kind of cosmic trick to break him down into submission? The Lord of Nothingness loomed over him, its shapeless form pulsating with an eerie energy that seemed to distort reality itself. Avon could feel the weight of its presence, as though the void itself was closing in around him. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the occasional ripple of the Lord's voice. I gave you a choice, Avon, the Lord said, its tone now colder than ever. And you rejected it. You are a fool. I'm no fool, Avon shot back, trying to steady his breath. And I'm not going to help you destroy everything. I don't care how powerful you are. The Lord's form seemed to grow larger, its presence more overwhelming, but Avon stood his ground. He could feel the anger rising within him, and it pushed back against the overwhelming sense of dread that the Lord seemed to radiate. If he was going to get out of this, he had to keep his wits about him. He couldn't let the fear take over. You have no idea what you're up against, Avon, the Lord said, its voice soft, almost amused. Do you really think you can stop me? The energy of nothingness is infinite. It can undo anything you create. Your world, your reality, they are fragile. They are already breaking. Avon felt a chill creep down his spine, but he refused to let it show. He'd been up against impossible odds before, this was no different. The Lord may have had power, but Avon had something the Lord didn't, knowledge. And with knowledge, there was always a way. You want to know what I think? Avon said, stepping forward. I think you've been stuck in this empty world for so long that you've forgotten something important. You can't create something from nothing. You can't force existence to do your bidding, not without consequences. That's the flaw in your whole plan. The Lord's form flickered, and for a moment, Avon thought he had struck a nerve. The void itself seemed to quiver with uncertainty, but the Lord quickly regained its composure. You misunderstand, Avon, it said. I don't create from nothing. I unmake everything. I don't need existence to obey. I only need it to cease. Avon's stomach twisted. The Lord was right. There was no creation here, only annihilation. The void energy wasn't about building anything new, it was about destroying everything that already existed. The very idea of it sent shivers through him, but he couldn't let himself succumb to despair. He had to think, and think quickly. You want to destroy everything, Avon said, trying to buy himself time. But what happens to you when there's nothing left? If you erase everything, what's left for you to rule over? The Lord was silent for a moment, and for the first time since their encounter, Avon saw a flicker of something in its form, something close to confusion. You don't understand, the Lord said, its voice low, almost wistful. I am the void. I am nothingness, and nothingness is infinite. It has no beginning, and it has no end. It is not bound by your human concept of time. You think I want to rule over something, but that is not what I seek. I only seek to return everything to where it belongs. To restore balance. Avon frowned. Balance? You mean, you're just trying to wipe the slate clean because that's what you think the universe needs? The Lord did not answer immediately. Instead, it seemed to study him, its form shifting and swirling like smoke in the air. I am the embodiment of entropy, the Lord finally said, its voice heavy with ancient knowledge. I am the natural progression of the universe, the inevitable dissolution of all things. You, Avon, are just a fleeting moment in the grand design. You cannot stop me. You cannot stop what must happen. Avon's mind raced. This was bigger than he had imagined. He had thought he was dealing with some rogue entity, some being who sought power for its own sake. But the Lord wasn't after power. It was after something much deeper, something that went beyond the very fabric of reality itself. The Lord wasn't trying to reshape the universe, it was trying to unmake it. But Avon wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. I might not be able to stop you, he said, his voice steady despite the swirling chaos in his chest. But I'll sure as hell try. The Lord's form twisted and expanded, filling the space around Avon. You will not succeed. You are powerless against me. Avon gritted his teeth. He had to think of something. Anything. The antimatter, the void energy, it was the key. If he could find a way to use it against the Lord, to reverse the flow of energy, he might be able to break free. But the problem was, he didn't know how to control the energy. He didn't even understand the full extent of its power. You said I opened the door, Avon said suddenly, his mind clicking into place. You said I'm the one who unlocked this power. But I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't mean to bring this energy here. What if I could reverse it? What if I could close the door and send you back to wherever you came from? The Lord's form rippled, its presence shifting with an almost imperceptible sense of unease. You think you can close the door? You think you can send me back? It is you who opened it, Avon. You cannot undo what has been done. Maybe not, Avon said, narrowing his eyes. But I sure as hell can try. With every ounce of focus he could muster, Avon began to draw on the knowledge he had of antimatter, of the strange forces that governed the universe. It was a long shot, a huge gamble, but if there was any chance of saving his world, he had to take it. He closed his eyes, imagining the flow of energy. The antimatter was unstable, dangerous, but if he could stabilize it, if he could reverse the process that had created the portal, he might be able to send the Lord back into the void where it belonged. The Lord's voice broke through his concentration. You cannot control this energy, Avon. It will consume you. But Avon didn't listen. He focused all his willpower into the task. He could feel the energy swirling inside him, building, expanding. It was as if the very fabric of reality was bending around him, responding to his thoughts. He had to force it, he had to reverse the flow. A burst of energy shot through him, and for a moment, he thought he had succeeded. The void around him seemed to shudder, as if the universe itself was being pulled in two directions. But then, just as quickly, the Lord's form flickered, and the energy began to spiral out of control. No! Avon shouted, trying to hold on to the power. I'm not letting you win. But the void was too strong. The void energy was too vast, too powerful. It ripped through the space around him, pulling him deeper into the nothingness, and then, just as everything seemed to fade into the blackness, Avon felt a sharp jolt, as if reality itself had split open. Avon's world fractured around him. The void, the nothingness, expanded and contracted like a living entity, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He could feel the void energy, that strange force, surging through him. It was almost as if the energy itself had a mind, fighting against his control, unwilling to be reined in. The more he tried to stabilize it, the more chaotic it became. In the midst of the tumult, Avon could hear the Lord of Nothingness, its voice colder than ever before. "You are a fool, Avon." The words reverberated through the very core of his being, and for a moment, doubt crept in. Maybe he was foolish. Maybe there was no way to stop this. The Lord had said as much. The void was infinite. The void energy would consume everything, and nothing could stand in its way. But Avon had always been a stubborn person. If there was one thing he knew, it was that nothing in the universe was absolute. Not even nothingness. He pushed harder, clenching his fists and focusing all of his mental energy on the task at hand. His mind burned with the need to reverse the flow. It wasn't about stopping the void itself, it was about controlling it, harnessing its power and using it against the Lord. He didn't know how he was going to do it, but he had to try. The fate of his world depended on it. His thoughts raced, faster than he could keep up with. The energy around him pulsed, swirling like a hurricane. He could feel the coldness of the void wrapping around him, seeping into his bones, threatening to swallow him whole. His vision blurred, but he didn't stop. There was no time to stop. "You cannot fight what is inevitable," the Lord's voice echoed again, this time tinged with frustration. "You will be consumed by the nothingness. You will cease to exist, just like everything else." Avon gritted his teeth. "I'm not going to let that happen. Not without a fight." With one final surge of willpower, Avon reached deep within himself, pulling every shred of knowledge he had about antimatter, about energy, about the forces that governed the universe. The void didn't just consume, it unraveled. It didn't create anything new, it only broke down what was already there. And Avon realized something in that moment, that it wasn't about stopping the void. It was about redirecting its energy, turning it back on itself. If he could reverse the flow of the void energy, if he could make it consume itself instead of his world, maybe, just maybe, he could trap the Lord in its own power. He focused all his thoughts on the energy, imagining it as a single thread, a pathway that he could manipulate. He reached out with his mind, seizing the flow, redirecting it, steering it back toward the point of origin. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement, no sensation. Then, a sharp, electric shock ran through him, and the void seemed to collapse in on itself, twisting and contracting. Avon gasped. The energy was working against him, but he could feel the shift, the change in direction. The void energy wasn't flowing into his world anymore. It was being sucked back into the void, into the place where it had come from. The Lord's influence weakened, its form flickering, as if struggling to hold on to its grip. "What have you done?" The Lord's voice was barely a whisper now, laced with panic. "I've done exactly what you said I couldn't," Avon muttered, sweat beading on his forehead. He didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. The energy was unstable, wild. It wanted to escape, to destroy. But Avon held it tight, forcing it back, sending it into a state of chaos. The void rumbled, its edges beginning to fray. Avon's body felt like it was being torn apart. His vision spun, and for a moment, he thought he might lose his grip entirely. But then, he saw it, the Lord's form, once so powerful, now flickering, wavering. The energy was destabilizing, unraveling, just as he had hoped. Avon pushed harder, using every ounce of strength he had left. He didn't have much time. If he failed now, it would all be over. The void would spread, the void energy would consume everything, and the Lord would win, but he refused to let it happen. Not after everything he'd been through. The Lord's voice became frantic, desperate. "You cannot defeat me. I am the void. I am nothingness. Avon's mind snapped into focus, and with one final push, he wrenched the energy into a concentrated spiral, compressing it until it was nothing but a black hole of its own. The void energy imploded, folding in on itself, until the void was nothing more than a shrinking speck of darkness, vanishing into the nothingness it had always been. The Lord's form let out one last, agonized scream before it disintegrated entirely, its presence dissipating like smoke in the wind. Avon collapsed to his knees, his breath ragged, his entire body trembling. The void around him was gone. The nothingness had receded, leaving nothing but silence, but Avon didn't feel triumphant. He didn't feel victorious. He felt empty. For the first time since he had been pulled into this place, Avon felt the full weight of what he had just done. The world he had saved was still there, but the cost, the weight of the choices he had made, was heavy on his shoulders. He had sent the Lord back to the void. He had saved his world. But in doing so, he had crossed a line. The void energy wasn't just a force of destruction, it was a force of creation, too. And now, Avon was left with the knowledge that the universe itself was, in some ways, incomplete. Imperfect. For a moment, Avon wondered if he had truly won. He wondered if anyone could ever truly win against nothingness, but then he heard something. A sound that was faint at first, a whisper, but then it grew louder, more distinct. A voice. A human voice. Avon. Avon's heart skipped a beat. He turned, and there, standing in the distance, was a figure. A familiar face. A person he hadn't seen in years. It was his brother. Avon, you did it, his brother said, smiling. You're free. Avon blinked, unsure if he was hallucinating. But the figure stepped closer, and Avon realized that this was real. His brother had been there all along, trapped in the void, just like him, and with that, Avon finally understood. It wasn't just about saving the world. It was about finding something to hold on to, something to remind him that no matter how empty the universe might feel, there was always something worth fighting for. The void had been defeated. The Lord was gone. And Avon was free, for now. Avon always thought of himself as the most ordinary person to ever walk the face of the earth. His life was the kind of life that everyone would forget within a minute of meeting him. He wasn't special. He didn't have grand aspirations, nor did he suffer from existential angst or a desire to change the world. He was just there. A janitor in a rundown office building on the outskirts of the city, in a forgotten corner of the universe. That was his lot in life. It was a Wednesday, like any other, and Avon was elbow-deep in a bucket of bleach water, scrubbing down the hallways of a corporate skyscraper that hadn't seen a promotion in at least 10 years. His mop sloshed along the floor, pushing a trail of suds forward as he half-sang to himself. The office workers on his floor barely noticed him, as they never did. He wasn't a person to them. He was just the invisible man who made sure the place didn't smell like coffee and regret. Avon had been at this job for as long as he could remember, scraping together just enough to pay for rent and a few meals. He was okay with it. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills, and as far as Avon was concerned, that was as much as anyone could hope for. Who needed grand meaning when you could pay your rent on time and avoid being noticed? But this Wednesday, everything changed. As Avon wrung out his mop and dragged it along the hallway, he felt a strange pressure in the air. He froze mid-swipe. The lights overhead flickered, then dimmed, and the air seemed to thrum with a low, humming sound. Avon stopped, standing still and wide-eyed as he looked around. The hallway was empty. The fluorescent lights buzzed nervously above, but everything else seemed completely unchanged. Just another bad light bulb, he thought, moving to the next spot with a sigh. But when he turned the corner, something felt off. A strange voice echoed in his head, as if from a distance, deep but not terrifying, calm yet somehow unsettling. Avon of Earth, you have been chosen. Avon jerked back, sloshing bleach water over the edge of the bucket. He whipped around, scanning the hallway for the source of the voice. Nothing. The hallway was still empty. Chosen? He muttered aloud. Chosen for what? To mop the floor? Do I look like I need more work to do? His voice echoed in the empty corridor, but he got no answer. He stared at the bucket, his mind doing a quick mental check to see if he'd inhaled too many fumes from the cleaning chemicals. Maybe he was just tired. Aven of Earth, you have been chosen to become the antimatter arbitrator. Your first judgment awaits. Prepare yourself. The voice was louder now. Aven froze. Okay, now this was getting weird. He was no physicist, but he was pretty sure that antimatter had nothing to do with his mopping duties. Not unless this building had a very strange janitorial contract. He rubbed his eyes. Maybe he'd been working too hard. Maybe the cleaning chemicals had gone to his head. But then the voice came again, and this time, it was right in front of him, or maybe inside of him, it was hard to tell. You have been chosen. Aven's heart skipped a beat. What the hell is going on? He whispered to himself. And then, like a scene from a movie, the hallway around him began to melt. The walls dissolved into shifting, swirling colors, like liquid light bleeding through the air. The floor beneath his feet seemed to ripple, becoming soft and bouncy as if the very fabric of reality had taken a vacation. He tried to back away, but his feet were stuck, as if the floor itself was pulling him in. Welcome to the Council of Universal Order, Aven of Earth. Before Aven could protest, he was swept away, his vision spinning as he was pulled through the very fabric of the universe. Time and space folded like a map being crumpled up, and suddenly, he was standing in front of something that made no sense. The first thing Aven noticed was the sky, or rather, the lack of it. Above him was a vast, swirling void filled with countless shimmering stars, nebulae, and galaxies, but the air itself was strange and thick, like it had weight. In front of him stood a massive table, no, more like a panel, filled with glowing figures of light and energy. Each one appeared to be floating, with shifting forms that were sometimes humanoid and sometimes something else. One was a floating jellyfish with a beard. Another was a giant, three-headed bird that appeared to be made of stardust. It was like he'd stumbled into the weirdest part of the universe possible. A voice, clear and resonant, came from the center of the table. Aven of Earth. You have been selected by the Universal Order to serve as the antimatter arbitrator. You shall judge the balance of the universe, shaping the fate of galaxies. But be warned, with each decision you make, your own existence will be erased a little more. Aven blinked. He could feel the weight of the words, but they didn't quite settle into his brain. Wait, Aven said, holding his hands up in a gesture that clearly said, I need to slow down here. Are you telling me I've been chosen to judge the universe? The voice responded. Yes. Each choice you make will restore the balance of the cosmos. Balance? Aven repeated, furrowing his brow. What balance? I mop floors. I'm no cosmic judge. The jellyfish-like entity laughed. Well, it sounded like laughter, though it was more like a symphony of weird, alien sounds. The universe does not choose according to merit, Aven. It chooses according to need. And you, my dear human, are needed. Aven stared at the floating entities, a heavy sense of disbelief settling over him. Look, I think you've got the wrong guy. I just clean up coffee spills and empty trash cans. That's my whole deal. I'm really good at it, but I've never even heard of antimatter. The figure in the middle, a shape that seemed to flicker between light and shadow, sighed. That is why you are perfect for the job. Your judgment is not clouded by ambition or pride. Aven was going to ask more, but something in the air shimmered, and suddenly, a strange gauntlet appeared on his left arm, a bright, golden device that hummed with energy, pulsating gently. This gauntlet will be your instrument. With it, you will make decisions that ripple across the cosmos. But remember, for each decision you make, the fabric of your own existence will unravel. Choose wisely, Avon. His heart skipped a beat as his mind raced. Wait, you're telling me that if I make a decision, I disappear? Yes. Avon's mouth went dry. This was not happening. He'd read about cosmic powers and godlike entities in science fiction novels, but he never thought he'd be the one to get roped into some intergalactic bureaucracy. The jellyfish being floated forward. Your first decision awaits. A planet is on the brink of destruction. Will you save it, or let it fall into the void? The choice is yours. Avon looked down at the gauntlet, feeling the weight of the decision he was about to make. The fate of an entire planet was resting in his hands. And yet, the more he thought about it, the more absurd the whole thing seemed. I'm just a janitor, he muttered to himself. What do I know about saving planets? The gauntlet began to hum louder, as if responding to his doubt. Well, he sighed, rolling his eyes. Guess it's a good thing I don't have anything better to do today. And with that, he pressed the button on the gauntlet. The universe held its breath. Avon's finger hovered over the glowing button on the gauntlet, the weight of the moment pressing against his chest. He could feel the hum of cosmic energy around him, the thrum of an impending choice that could alter the very fabric of existence. His mind raced, scrambling to come up with some form of logic, some way of justifying what he was about to do. But, of course, no such answer came. He had no idea what he was doing. So, he pressed the button. A blinding flash of light erupted from the gauntlet, and for a moment, everything around him went completely silent. Avon's ears rang, the air around him vibrating with energy. Then, just as suddenly, the world snapped back into focus. The swirling colors of the universe were replaced with images of a distant planet, a bright blue world that was teetering on the edge of collapse. He saw a massive storm system engulfing the entire planet, a violent swirl of winds and lightning that seemed to be tearing the surface apart. The planet was dying. And Avon had just chosen to save it. Or at least, that was what the gauntlet had implied. The jellyfish entity floated closer, its translucent form shifting in the strange, glowing light. You have chosen, Avon. The planet shall be saved, but the consequences will be unpredictable. Avon blinked, still dazed from the overwhelming sensation of the decision. He swallowed hard. Unpredictable? Yes. The voice echoed in his mind, cool and detached. Such is the nature of the universe. You cannot control the outcomes. You can only decide, and allow the ripples to spread. Avon felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He had no idea what that meant, but there was no turning back now. He'd made his choice. And the universe was waiting for him to understand what came next. Suddenly, he was back in the hallway of the office building. The gauntlet was still glowing on his wrist, humming with an energy he couldn't begin to understand. His breath caught in his throat. Was it over? Had he saved the planet? Had he somehow changed the fate of an entire world, just by pushing a button on a glowing glove? He looked down at the mop bucket, still half filled with bleach water. A strange sense of surrealism washed over him. Here he was, still in the same building, same job, same routine. Nothing had really changed, except that now, he was carrying the weight of cosmic responsibility on his shoulders. Before he could get too lost in his thoughts, the voice of the jellyfish being cut through his confusion. Your first decision has been made, Avon. The planet you saved will continue to exist, though its fate will still be uncertain. The storm will subside, but there will be consequences that echo far beyond your understanding. Avon felt his stomach drop. What kind of consequences, he asked, suddenly very aware that he might have just unleashed something terrible on the universe. The planet will survive for now, but its inhabitants are no longer the same. The voice was cold, almost clinical. They will change, adapt, or perish. The decision you made has already set in motion a chain of events that will alter their history forever. Avon felt a pit form in his stomach. So, I didn't just save the planet. I've doomed it too, he muttered. Not doomed, just altered. The universe is in constant flux. Nothing ever remains the same. Avon shook his head in disbelief. He had only meant to push a button to make the right decision, to do something that mattered. But now, he was learning that in the universe, nothing ever came without consequences. The whole thing was like a cosmic game of Jenga, where pulling one piece could cause the whole tower to topple, and then the reality of it hit him. He had only just begun. This wasn't a job he could quit. He had no say in the matter. The universe had chosen him, for reasons he couldn't fathom, and now he was bound to it, whether he liked it or not. But before he could fully wrap his head around that, the ground beneath him began to shift again. The hallway, the office building, everything around him started to fade into the swirling void. The strange energies were pulling him away once more. Avon, the next judgment awaits. He tried to speak, tried to voice his doubts, but his words were swallowed up by the overwhelming force of the universe's will. Within seconds, he was back before the Council of Universal Order, the strange celestial beings seated around the massive table, their glowing eyes fixed upon him. The planet has been saved. You have made your first judgment. Now, Avon of Earth, the time has come for you to face your next decision. The voice was sharp, clear, and commanding, as if the universe itself was impatient with him. Wait, I didn't even, Avon started, his voice rising with panic, but the jellyfish-like being silenced him with a wave of its pulsating tendrils. You must learn to trust the process, Avon. The fate of the universe rests on the choices you make. The cosmic entities exchanged unreadable glances. One of them, a towering figure made of swirling gas and light, spoke in a voice that sounded like a chorus of voices speaking in perfect harmony. Your next decision is a matter of great consequence. A star system is on the brink of collapse. A dying star is consuming its neighboring planets. You must decide whether to let the star die, or to intervene and preserve the system. Avon stared blankly at the being, feeling the weight of its words crushing him. Every part of him wanted to protest, to ask why he, a janitor who couldn't even clean the bathrooms properly, was expected to make decisions that could affect the lives of entire planets. But as he looked at the council, their unwavering stares, their serene composure, he knew that it wasn't a matter of choice. He was here now, and he had to act. What happens if I choose to preserve the system? Avon asked, already knowing he wouldn't like the answer. The system will survive, but at great cost. The energy required to stabilize the star will be immense. If you choose to intervene, the balance of the entire galaxy could shift, causing unforeseen repercussions across the universe. Avon's hands trembled. He thought of the dying planet, the storm he had barely managed to quell. He thought of the lives that would be affected by the decision, the ripple effect that could stretch out into the cosmos, reaching places he couldn't even comprehend. And all of that was on his shoulders. And if I let it die? The system will collapse. The planets will perish. Life will cease. But the balance of the galaxy will remain unaltered. Avon closed his eyes, his mind racing. It felt impossible. Both choices were terrible. He could feel the weight of the decision like a physical force, pressing down on him, threatening to crush him. It wasn't fair. He was just a janitor. He was supposed to be cleaning up spilled coffee and taking out the trash, not deciding the fate of galaxies. And yet, here he was, the universe demanding that he pick one path over the other, knowing full well that whichever way he went, there would be consequences. And those consequences would be his to bear. It didn't make sense. Nothing about this made sense. But then, just as he was about to speak, the jellyfish entity spoke again, its voice softer this time, almost comforting. The choice is yours, Avon. You are the arbitrator. You shape the fate of the cosmos. But remember. The voice trailed off, and a strange ripple of energy passed through the room. You will pay the price. Avon took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. He wasn't sure what the right decision was. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. But there was one thing he knew for sure: he had no choice but to decide, and with that thought, Avon raised his hand, pressing the button on the gauntlet once more. The moment Avon pressed the button, the universe seemed to hold its breath. For a split second, everything went still, as if reality itself was waiting for confirmation. Then, as the gauntlet hummed with strange, unearthly power, a surge of energy blasted through the chamber, and Avon felt his body lift off the ground. His vision blurred, his skin prickled with static as a violent gust of cosmic wind swept through him, pulling him in every direction at once. When the chaos subsided, he found himself standing in the middle of a vast, empty void, surrounded by swirling galaxies and dark nebulae. The star system he had just chosen to save now lay before him, vibrant and glowing, its energy crackling with new life. He could feel the weight of his decision pressing down on him. It had worked. The star was stabilized, the system saved, for now, but there was something more. The silence was deafening. No one spoke. The entities of the council, once hovering with an otherworldly grace, now stood motionless, watching him. Avon's chest tightened. He could feel their eyes, as though they were analyzing him, weighing his every move, every thought. "You have chosen to preserve the system," came the voice of the jellyfish-like entity, its tone flat, almost indifferent. "The star has been stabilized. The planets will survive. But the consequences of your choice are not yet known." Avon's mind reeled. He had made the decision, he had intervened, saved a dying system, but it felt wrong. There was no immediate satisfaction. No relief. The silence around him only magnified his doubt. What had he done? Had he done the right thing? Or had he, like before, set something into motion that he couldn't possibly comprehend? "The balance of the galaxy is delicate," the jellyfish continued. "Your intervention will have rippling effects. You will see soon enough." Before Avon could respond, the world around him began to shift again. The swirling colors of the cosmos, the stars, the nebulae, they all bent and twisted, becoming something else entirely, something dark, a void where the light of distant suns seemed to flicker and die. He blinked, unsure if the images before him were real or just another trick of his disoriented mind, and then, before he could fully process what was happening, a new vision appeared. A distant planet, once thriving and full of life, now lay in ruin. Its once green and blue surface had been turned to a desolate wasteland, the sky an ominous red, as if the very atmosphere was suffocating beneath the weight of cosmic forces. Entire oceans had evaporated, deserts had turned to dust, and cities, once home to countless beings, now stood in ruin, their skeletal remains scattered like forgotten relics of a time long past. Avon's stomach dropped. His heart clenched. He couldn't look away. "This is what happens when the balance shifts," the voice of the jellyfish whispered in his ear, its tone somehow both distant and intimate. "This is the consequence of your decision." What happened? Avon gasped, his breath catching in his throat. "I saved the system, didn't I? I stabilized it. Why is this happening?" The voice was as calm and inevitable as the universe itself. "Every action creates ripples. You intervened in the natural course of events. The system was saved, but at a cost. What you preserved came at the expense of the planet's neighboring systems, where energy was siphoned away, where the stability of the galaxy itself was compromised. The ripple you caused has devastated the ecosystems of countless worlds." Avon staggered back, his head spinning. This wasn't what he had expected. He had only wanted to do what was right. What had he done? What had he caused? "The universe does not forgive." The voice resonated in his mind again. "It balances. It shifts. And you, Avon of Earth, must understand this. The choices you make do not simply affect the outcome, they change the very fabric of existence. Avon clenched his fists, the gauntlet's pulse buzzing on his wrist like a warning. So, this is it? Every decision I make just leads to more chaos. He shook his head. I didn't ask for this. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing here. For the first time, the jellyfish entity seemed to soften, or at least, its form rippled in what Avon could only interpret as sympathy. That is the nature of the universe, Avon. You will never know the full consequences of your choices. They will unfold, sometimes beyond your comprehension. Avon's breath quickened. But how do I know if I'm doing the right thing? I can't fix everything. I don't even know what I'm supposed to fix. You don't. No one does. The voice was firm. You are not a god, Avon. You are an arbitrator. You judge, and the universe moves on. Avon's mind reeled. The weight of it all pressed down on him, suffocating him with its enormity. How could he possibly keep making decisions when every path seemed to lead to devastation? How was he supposed to choose between the destruction of entire worlds or the preservation of systems that weren't his own to decide? He wanted to scream. He wanted to rage against the cosmic forces that had dragged him into this, to break free from the suffocating grip of fate that held him. But he couldn't. Not anymore. He was in it now, bound by the rules of the universe, a pawn in a game he didn't understand, and he couldn't escape. You will face many such decisions, Avon. The fate of more systems, more lives, will rest in your hands. The voice was unyielding, impassive. But it is not for you to understand all that is at stake. It is only for you to choose. And with each choice, you will draw closer to your own end. The price of judgment is inevitable. Avon shuddered, unable to speak. His mind was overwhelmed. He could feel the gauntlet's pulse again, a low hum deep within him, as if it were reminding him of the cost. Each choice, each decision he made, took him further from the world he had known, the world he was still tied to, in some inexplicable way. Remember this, Avon of Earth. The universe is a web of infinite complexity. No one can see it all, nor can they control it. You have been chosen because you are willing to accept the unpredictability. The jellyfish being's voice, though comforting, left no room for argument, and Avon realized something deep and unsettling. He wasn't meant to understand the universe. He wasn't supposed to know all the consequences. He wasn't supposed to fix things. He was simply meant to judge. Now, you will face your next decision. The voice rang out once more, cold and unrelenting. There is a planet in the path of an approaching asteroid. Will you intervene? Will you save them, or allow nature to take its course? Avon closed his eyes, his pulse pounding in his ears. Another choice. Another moment that could fracture the balance of the cosmos, but this time, he didn't hesitate. With a resigned breath, he pressed the gauntlet's button and the universe shifted once more. Evan Clark was not a man who liked to admit he was wrong. But on that day, standing in front of a room full of the world's most respected physicists, he was ready to acknowledge something had gone terribly awry. The sleek, modern auditorium buzzed with eager minds, the sharp, fluorescent light casting shadows on their attentive faces. A few years ago, Evan would have felt the pulse of excitement in his chest at this moment, the thrill of being at the forefront of scientific discovery. Today, he was just a man trying to hide the beads of sweat on his forehead. He pressed a button on the remote, and the holographic display before him flickered to life. An elegant chart of particle movements swirled in front of the audience, data that he was certain would change the world. Or so he thought. The audience's eyes were on him, waiting for the grand reveal, expecting the next big breakthrough in quantum physics, but then, instead of the neatly organized waveforms of subatomic particles he intended to display, a strange flickering started. The particles twisted into chaotic spirals, swirling in impossible formations, like a cosmic dance of some otherworldly force. Then, a buzzing sound, not like anything from the equipment, but more like a strange hum coming from inside the room itself. A moment later, the display short-circuited completely, and the hologram collapsed into an erratic flashing light. The room went silent. Well, Evan stammered, his hands trembling slightly as he clicked the button again. The equipment flickered once more, producing an image that looked more like a disco ball than scientific data. The audience gasped, some suppressed snickers here and there. The kind of laughter that came from people uncomfortable with witnessing failure. His presentation had just collapsed. A hand shot up from the back of the room. Naomi, his longtime friend and colleague, gave him an apologetic look. "Maybe, you should recalibrate it," she suggested, her voice carrying just enough sympathy that it wasn't completely condescending. "Right. Recalibrate," Evan muttered, quickly moving toward the terminal, his face flushed with embarrassment. But as he fiddled with the console, something unexpected happened. His fingers touched a strange cluster of buttons, and a sharp electrical hum filled his ears. For just a moment, the world seemed to slow down. The air thickened, and his body felt lighter, almost weightless. Without warning, a strange sensation flooded his mind, a sensation of being stretched and pulled, like his very thoughts were being tugged in different directions. He saw flashes of impossible images, swirling colors, and felt as though he were being drawn into a vortex. The particles on the screen stopped dancing and started forming something else entirely, something alive. It was then that Evan realized something had gone horribly wrong. The antimatter that he had been studying for years, that impossible substance, had fused with his own consciousness. Back at his apartment later that evening, Evan sat on the edge of his bed, his mind racing. He stared at the array of scientific journals scattered across his desk, the dense equations and abstract theories a far cry from the strange experience he had just lived through. His body felt different. Light, as if gravity had decided to leave him alone for a while. He shook his head and grabbed his pen, trying to write down the sequence of events, but the words wouldn't come. He could still hear the hum in his mind. It wasn't just the buzzing noise from the malfunctioning equipment. No, this was something deeper. A language that wasn't words, but sensations. A feeling that seemed to stretch beyond time and space. Suddenly, the air seemed to change. His vision blurred, and then, something else, another voice, not from his mouth, but inside his mind. The voice was calm, neutral, and unmistakably alien. "Understand. You are part of us now. A vessel for the flow of all things. Antimatter speaks in ways your mind is not yet ready for." Evan stood frozen, his pulse racing. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. The voice, it was real. The voice of the antimatter. He staggered backward, clutching the edge of his desk, his breath shallow. Was this real? Was he losing his mind? The voice continued, this time with more clarity. "You will learn. You will speak our language. And when you do, you will control the universe." Evan collapsed onto his chair, his hands trembling. He tried to shake off the voice, but it only grew louder in his mind. It wasn't just a voice, though. It was something else entirely, an intelligence, an awareness, a force that existed outside of his comprehension. He thought of Naomi, his friend who had always been there for him. She wouldn't understand what was happening to him. No one would. How could they? The antimatter wasn't just a scientific curiosity anymore. It had taken over his thoughts, his very consciousness, and then, without warning, the hum in his mind surged. He felt a sudden understanding flood him. Particles, atoms, bonds, they were no longer just theoretical concepts. They were threads that he could pull, stretch, twist, and manipulate. His body, still tethered to the familiar world, now felt like a mere anchor, as though he could slip away at any moment into a new reality. The next few days were a blur. Evan's life, once predictable and anchored in the mundane routine of laboratory work, now seemed both distant and irrelevant. He found himself standing outside his apartment one evening, staring up at the night sky, his thoughts no longer limited to his own mind. He could feel the stars, sense the vastness of the universe as though he were part of it, a small, insignificant part, but also something more. He reached out with his mind, and with a simple thought, he twisted the fabric of the air around him, feeling the molecules shift. He didn't know how he was doing it, but he could. He was in control now, or at least that's how it felt. The stars above seemed to ripple and blur for a moment, as though they were responding to him, to his thoughts. "Evan? Are you okay?" Naomi's voice broke through his thoughts like a lifeline. She had been calling him all day, trying to get him to explain what was going on. But how could he explain? How could he tell her that he was becoming something else? Something that no human had ever been before. He turned to face her, his expression uncertain. I think something happened to me, Naomi. Something big. Something that I don't completely understand yet." Her brow furrowed, a mixture of concern and confusion spreading across her face. "What are you talking about? You're scaring me." He didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't. "Not yet. I think I can control things now," he said, almost whispering, his voice carrying an eerie calmness. Naomi stared at him for a long moment. "Control what?" Without thinking, Evan raised his hand. He felt the power surge through him, the energy that now flowed freely through his body, through his mind. He focused on the air around him, willing it to change. And in an instant, the streetlight above them flickered, dimmed, and then exploded into a shower of sparks. Naomi gasped, stepping back. "What did you do?" Evan's heart raced, but a smile tugged at his lips. The power was intoxicating. It wasn't just about controlling matter. It was about understanding it, bending it to his will. But as the moments passed, something inside him began to shift. The power was growing stronger, more real. He could feel the antimatter inside him, inside his very mind. It was no longer a quiet voice in the back of his head. It was becoming him. Evan could feel the power in his veins like liquid fire, and for a moment, it made him feel invincible. Naomi, still standing in the flickering shadows of the streetlight, was staring at him with wide eyes. Her mouth moved as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. He could see the fear in her face, the confusion, and for a brief second, it dawned on him, she didn't understand what was happening. She was scared of him. He could have manipulated the air again, twisted it like a strand of silk to bend to his will, but for some reason, he didn't. Instead, he reached out to steady himself on the nearest lamp post, feeling his breath catch in his throat. His thoughts were scattered, like 1,000 different pieces of a puzzle that hadn't yet come together. Everything felt alien, his body, the world around him, and even Naomi, who was still staring at him with those fearful eyes. I didn't mean to," he said, his voice betraying a crack of uncertainty. "I didn't mean for it to explode." Naomi took a tentative step toward him. "Evan, what is going on with you? What happened?" Her voice trembled, but there was something else there too, something that felt like a plea. He tried to focus on her, tried to pull himself back to the place he once was. But it was difficult. The voice in his mind, the presence of the antimatter, was growing louder. It was like a hum underneath his skin, a pulse in time with his heartbeat. He could feel it press against the walls of his thoughts, trying to push past them. He was starting to lose his grip on reality. "I can hear it," he murmured, barely able to form the words. "I can hear it talking to me. The antimatter. It's alive, Naomi." She stepped closer, her eyes full of worry. "Evan, stop. You need to get help. Whatever's happening to you, this isn't you." But it was him. It was him, but not in the way she meant. He felt like a stranger in his own skin, someone caught between two realities, neither of which was entirely real. The antimatter was part of him now, an inseparable part, and it was beginning to overwhelm him. He wasn't sure where he ended and it began. Suddenly, a thought hit him. What if he could show her? What if he could make her understand? With a subtle motion, he raised his hand and focused, feeling the particles of the air around them. He didn't even need to concentrate fully, it was becoming second nature. The wind picked up, circling around them, lifting small leaves and debris from the ground. Naomi's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively took a step back. "Stop," she whispered, her voice shaking. "Stop it, Evan." But Evan could feel his mind expanding, reaching for more. The power was intoxicating. It didn't just control the world around him, it was the world. He could feel the molecules in the ground, the atoms in the air, and he could command them like a conductor leading an orchestra. His power was infinite, and it felt like freedom. He could make things disappear, fold the world like a piece of paper, slip through the cracks in reality. He could be everywhere at once, controlling the pulse of the universe. It was overwhelming and exhilarating all at once. "Evan, you're not thinking straight," Naomi pleaded, her voice breaking through his reverie. She was panicking now, her eyes frantic, scanning the street as if looking for help. But help was something he didn't need anymore. Help was for people who were still tethered to the fragile world of humans. "Naomi," he said softly, his voice still tinged with that eerie calm. "I understand now. Everything. The universe, it's just a collection of particles, of energy, of forces. It's all connected. I can move it, change it. I can control it all. Evan, please, listen to me." Naomi's voice cracked. She reached out for him, but he stepped back, his mind still whirling, no longer fully aware of the world around him. He could feel the antimatter, an insistent presence, pushing against his awareness. It was guiding him, whispering its ancient knowledge. "Evan, you're losing yourself." The words hit him like a punch to the gut. He flinched. For a moment, he was himself again. Just for a heartbeat, he was Evan, the scientist, the man who had once loved the feeling of discovery, of uncovering the secrets of the universe. But it was fleeting. The power, the force, was too overwhelming. It was everywhere, and it was him. How could he go back to the small, fragile man he had been? Naomi stepped forward again, more determined now. "You're still in there. I know you are. Whatever this is, whatever you've become, you're not him anymore. You're something else." Her words pierced through him, and for the first time since it all began, he felt a pang of fear. What if she was right? What if he was no longer Evan? What if he was something else entirely, something that didn't care about Naomi, or the world, or anything? Something alien. He turned away from her, looking up at the stars. The hum of the antimatter in his mind grew louder, as though calling to him, drawing him into its embrace. And suddenly, he knew. He knew that he could transcend the boundaries of this world. He could leave behind everything that had ever held him down. He could control time itself. Time. The thought made him pause. What if he could see the future? The past? What if he could glimpse everything that had ever happened and everything that ever would? He closed his eyes, focusing on the pulse of the universe, on the delicate balance of forces that kept everything in place. He reached out, extending his mind beyond the fabric of reality. And in an instant, the world changed. The sky above him twisted like a fabric being pulled, and he saw the stars in ways no human should ever see them, vast, shifting, flickering in and out of existence. He felt the rush of power, the exhilaration of knowing everything. He felt the weight of history pressing against his mind, the threads of fate weaving together in ways that defied logic. But then, as the cosmic visions began to overwhelm him, a jarring thought broke through. What if he was losing everything? His humanity, his connection to Naomi, to the world. What if this power, this awareness, wasn't the gift he thought it was, but a curse? He opened his eyes. Naomi was still there, but she looked smaller, more distant, like she was just another speck in the vastness of the universe. A memory. A fleeting thought, Evan, she whispered, her voice so small in the cosmic noise. Please, don't do this. He blinked, and the world snapped back into focus. He was standing in the same place, on the street corner, with Naomi in front of him. But something had changed. It wasn't just the power he had gained, it was his perception. His humanity was slipping away, the line between who he had been and who he was becoming blurring beyond recognition, and then, he understood. The antimatter wasn't just a force, it was a consciousness, an intelligence. It didn't care about him, about his past, or his friends. It was using him, shaping him, turning him into something else. Something more. I'm sorry, Naomi, he said quietly, his voice distant. But I can't go back. I can't stay here. And with that, he turned away, leaving behind the world he had once known. The antimatter, his new consciousness, wrapped around him like a cloak, guiding him to the edges of the universe, where there were no boundaries. Where there was no need for human concerns. Naomi stood there, frozen, watching him disappear into the night, unsure if she'd ever see the man she knew again, and in that moment, Evan Clark, scientist, man, and now something far beyond both, was no longer human. He was something else entirely. Evan's mind was a storm of fragments. The cosmic pull of the antimatter was no longer just a whisper or a hum, it had become a roar that filled every corner of his thoughts. He was no longer sure if the man who had once been Evan Clark still existed, or if the being he was becoming had already claimed that name. It was as though the universe had opened up to him, its secrets were laid bare, but so was its emptiness. It wasn't that the antimatter had erased him, but that it had broadened his sense of self beyond the boundaries of a single human existence. He could feel the entire fabric of creation now, the delicate threads that bound everything together, stretching across infinite space and time. He thought of Naomi, standing there, her face contorted with fear and confusion. He thought of the way she had tried to reach him, to pull him back, but he had slipped away from her. He couldn't help it. The lure of power was too great. The desire to understand, to control, to manipulate the universe, those were not human desires. Those were the desires of something greater, something that lived in the spaces between atoms and stars. And now, he was it. Evan moved without thinking. His body wasn't bound by the rules of human physics anymore, and neither was his mind. He didn't have to walk, didn't have to run, he simply was, existing at every point in time and space, in every potential moment of the past and future. His consciousness stretched beyond the limitations of his body, expanding outward, taking in the vastness of the universe like a sponge absorbing water. But even as the power coursed through him, a part of him, the part that had once been Evan Clark, tried to hold on to something, anything that felt real. He reached back for the world he knew, the world that had been familiar, even if it was now fading into insignificance. He saw flashes of memories, flickers of his old life, his lab, the quiet hum of computers, Naomi's voice calling him back from the depths of his thoughts. He had been so sure that the answers to the universe lay in the equations, in the particles, in the space between matter and antimatter. But now, with the power to control those very things, he felt like a child playing with forces far beyond his comprehension. What am I doing? The question rose unbidden, but it was quickly drowned out by the overwhelming pull of the antimatter. It urged him forward, telling him there was no going back. There was only the vast expanse of possibility, the boundless freedom to mold reality as he saw fit. Evan's thoughts became clearer, sharper. He could see the flow of time, its currents twisting and turning like a river cutting through mountains. He could feel the particles, the threads that held everything together, and he understood them now. He understood how to shift them, to move them, to change their paths. He was like a conductor, orchestrating the symphony of the cosmos, each note vibrating with energy that he could shape. He stretched out his awareness, his consciousness reaching through the void, tapping into the strings of the universe. And then, something strange happened. The antimatter, it, began to speak to him again, but this time, its voice wasn't just a whisper. It was a command. A deep, resonant sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. You have transcended, but you are still bound. The words echoed through his mind, reverberating in the corners of his consciousness. His fingers twitched involuntarily, and for a moment, he felt the weight of his human form again. He was still here, in this body, in this world, but at the same time, he was not here. He was everywhere. The concept of here and there was meaningless now that he understood now what the antimatter meant. His human form was a limitation. To truly transcend, he had to let go. He had to dissolve the final remnants of his old self, to let the antimatter consume him entirely. But just as he was about to give in to that instinct, something stopped him. A fleeting thought, no, a feeling, suddenly rushed to the forefront of his mind. Naomi. Her face. Her voice. The bond they shared, the years they had spent together, the shared triumphs and failures that he resisted. He couldn't just let go. Not yet, the antimatter responded in kind. There was a pressure building within him, as if the universe itself was pushing against his resolve. It was so close, the final step, the final transformation. He could feel it. He could almost taste it. And yet, something inside him, a fragment of the man he had been, held firm. He couldn't do it. Not yet. Not without knowing. What would happen if I let go? The question echoed in his mind, bouncing between the walls of his thoughts like a trapped bird. What if, by holding on to what was left of himself, he was only delaying the inevitable? The antimatter pressed harder, forcing him to confront the truth. There was no going back. But still, Evan hesitated. His body was growing weaker, the pull of the antimatter stronger. It was taking over, piece by piece, and soon, there would be nothing left of him but this strange, all-powerful consciousness. He was fighting it, but how long could he keep fighting? In the distance, a familiar hum sounded again, soft at first, but growing louder. His thoughts snapped to attention as the hum took on a different tone, a voice. Naomi's voice. Evan, please. Please come back. Her words were so simple, so human, that they cut through the weight of the antimatter's influence. For a split second, he felt a surge of clarity. Naomi. He had known her for so long. She had been there for him, even when he was at his worst. She had cared for him, believed in him, even when he had lost his way. Could he really give all of that up? Could he let go of his humanity, of the person he had been, and become something else entirely? Could he become a god of the cosmos, but lose the very thing that had once made him human? It was a choice. He could feel it, deep within the folds of his consciousness. The antimatter beckoned, offering him everything: power, knowledge, control over time and space. But it wasn't just power that he wanted, was it? There was something else, something that still held him to the human world. Naomi, and perhaps something even deeper, a longing for meaning, for connection. But is that enough? His thoughts swirled, tangled with the force of the antimatter, and for the first time, he understood the true weight of what he had become. He wasn't just struggling with the pull of power. He was fighting the very nature of existence itself. His consciousness flickered in and out, like a candle flame being buffeted by the wind. He could feel the antimatter tugging at him, trying to tear away the last remnants of his human self, but something deep inside him, something he couldn't explain, held firm. No. It was a simple thought, but it carried the weight of the universe. He could still choose. He didn't have to become the thing the antimatter wanted him to be. He didn't have to lose himself completely. In the stillness that followed, something shifted. The universe didn't crumble, and the antimatter didn't recede. But Evan felt a change within himself. A flicker of awareness, a subtle shift in his mind. It wasn't an end. It was a new beginning. And then, as his body began to stabilize, as the world around him took on a more solid form once again, he heard her voice one last time, soft and steady, breaking through the cosmic noise. Evan. This time, when he looked up, it wasn't the vast expanse of the universe he saw. It was Naomi. She was standing there, just as he remembered, not as a fleeting thought in the back of his mind, but real. And for the first time since the antimatter had fused with him, he didn't feel like he was losing himself. He felt like he was finally coming home. Dr. Ivan Derek was not the kind of man you would look twice at. His clothes were always rumpled, his lab coat perpetually stained from too many late-night experiments, and his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose in such a way that they almost always slid down, even though they never really fit. He wasn't one to hold attention, nor did he care for it. He didn't dream of fame or fortune, he dreamed of unlocking the secrets of the universe, one equation at a time. And until that morning, it was working. The world was too busy with its problems, its wars, and its political games to notice someone like Ivan. That was, until they did that. It started innocently enough. Just another day in his nondescript office at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He sat hunched over his desk, scribbling down equations on scraps of paper. His mind buzzed with ideas that had occupied his thoughts for months. Theoretical physics was his life, and he had always been more comfortable in the abstract realm of numbers and energy than in the real world of human interaction. But that morning, the world was about to change. Ivan's discovery, at first, seemed like just another breakthrough in his ongoing work on quantum mechanics and particle physics. He'd been tinkering with a new way of synthesizing energy from antimatter. It was supposed to be simple, something he could publish, something that would earn him a little recognition from his peers. But when the calculations came together, they revealed something extraordinary. Antimatter, a substance capable of producing energy on an unimaginable scale, was not only possible to create but also stable. Ivan had unknowingly achieved what most physicists considered impossible, a sustainable source of antimatter. At first, Ivan was elated. He stared at his equations, struck by the magnitude of his discovery. His hands trembled slightly as he ran over the data again, double-checking for any errors. But there was no mistake. He had done it. That afternoon, Ivan sent his paper to a few trusted colleagues, excited but still unsure of the implications. He didn't realize, of course, that the world was about to come crashing down around him. By the next morning, his email inbox was flooded with messages. From friends, from other physicists, and, most shockingly, from government agencies around the world. Ivan's discovery was already leaking out. People were interested. No, they were desperate. Ivan's phone rang incessantly that morning. At first, he ignored it, assuming it was another researcher, eager to discuss some minor detail of his paper. But then the call came through that changed everything. "Dr. Derek, we need to meet." The voice was cold, authoritative. "We represent the United States Department of Energy. This is not a request." Ivan didn't recognize the name. "I'm sorry, who is this?" "We are aware of your work, Dr. Derek," the voice continued, dismissing his question. "You need to come with us. There's no time to waste." Before Ivan could respond, the line went dead. He stared at the phone, his heart pounding. What was happening? He had only just made the discovery himself. How could they know? It wasn't long before Ivan realized just how far-reaching the implications of his discovery were. Over the next few days, his life became a whirlwind of strange phone calls, encrypted emails, and increasingly insistent knocks at his door. The entire world wanted the technology he had just unlocked. And they were not content to wait. It wasn't just the United States that came calling. Within a week, representatives from Russia, China, and several European countries had reached out to Ivan. The emails grew more desperate, the threats more blatant. He received anonymous phone calls at all hours of the night, warning him that his research was too dangerous to remain in civilian hands. The world's governments weren't just interested in the energy applications of antimatter. They had seen its potential as a weapon that could destroy entire cities with a single misstep. Ivan had unknowingly created a tool that could tip the balance of global power, or worse, ignite a new arms race that could bring about global annihilation. At first, Ivan tried to distance himself. He ignored the phone calls, stopped answering emails, and retreated to the safe confines of his small apartment. But it wasn't long before the knock on his door came. He wasn't prepared for what he found. A black SUV, parked across the street, had become his unwelcome neighbor. A man in a sharp suit stepped out, adjusting his tie as he approached Ivan's door. There was no mistaking it. He wasn't a scientist. He was a government agent. "I'm Agent Richard Vaughn," the man said, his tone businesslike. "I'm here to talk about your discovery, Dr. Derek." Ivan didn't invite him in. Instead, he stood at the threshold, his mind racing. He knew what was coming. They wanted his research. And they were willing to take it by force if necessary. "I'm not interested," Ivan said quickly, trying to keep his voice steady. Agent Vaughn smiled, though there was no warmth in it. "I'm afraid you don't have a choice, Dr. Derek. You've opened a door that the world isn't going to close. Whether you like it or not, we're going to need your cooperation." Ivan's pulse quickened. He stepped back, closing the door slowly. Vaughn's voice was muffled on the other side. But Ivan knew this wasn't over. It was just beginning. That night, Ivan barely slept. He couldn't shake the feeling that his discovery had just started something he couldn't control. The next morning, he was proven right. News outlets were buzzing with stories about the mysterious physicist and his groundbreaking work on antimatter. Speculation ran wild. Was this the new energy source that would solve the world's power crisis? Or was it something far more dangerous, something the world wasn't ready for? But it wasn't just the media that was in a frenzy. The phone calls began again. This time, they were even more insistent. Some were polite, others threatening. A few came with promises, money, fame, protection. But none of them were what Ivan wanted. None of them understood the gravity of what he had done. They didn't see it as a breakthrough for the betterment of humanity. They saw it as a tool to be controlled. Ivan couldn't help but feel like he had opened Pandora's box. He tried to go into hiding. He moved from one small hotel to another, changing his identity, his appearance. But it didn't take long before they found him again. Sofia Mendez was the first person to track him down. Sofia wasn't a scientist. She wasn't an agent, either. She was a former soldier, a mercenary, if you wanted to get technical. But she was good at her job, and her job was to find people like Ivan who had a knack for creating things the world couldn't control. She didn't expect Ivan to trust her when they first met. She wasn't asking for that. She was asking for his help. And she wasn't going to take no for an answer. "Dr. Derek, you're in danger," she said, standing outside his small hotel room. Her eyes were steady, unblinking. She wasn't here to make friends. "You don't want to get involved with them. Trust me. I've seen it all." As Ivan and Sofia talked, the scale of the disaster became clearer. The world was on the brink of war. Every major power in the world wanted Ivan's discovery. They all believed that if they controlled antimatter, they could control the world. And Ivan knew the stakes. If the technology fell into the wrong hands, the consequences could be catastrophic. He had no choice. He needed to destroy the research, to prevent anyone from ever using it. But how? It would mean sacrificing everything: his career, his life, his peace of mind. But if that was the price to pay for the survival of humanity, Ivan knew what he had to do. As the world plunged deeper into chaos, Ivan found himself at the center of a global conflict. The search for his research intensified, and so did the desperate efforts to control the power he had unleashed. The fate of the world rested in his hands, and Ivan was about to make a decision that would change everything. Ivan paced the dimly lit hotel room, running his hands through his hair. His mind raced, weighing the decision that loomed over him. The phone calls, the threats, the black SUVs, it all felt like a never-ending nightmare. But the real nightmare was the realization that his discovery, his creation, had gone from being a personal triumph to a global crisis in mere days. Sophia stood in the corner, watching him silently. She was calm, composed, as always, but Ivan could see the urgency in her eyes. She knew what was at stake as much as he did. Perhaps more. She had seen the destruction caused by the hunger for power, she had lived it. "You're thinking too much," Sophia said, breaking the silence. "You need to act." Ivan stopped pacing and turned to face her. "I know. But I don't know where to start. They won't stop. They'll keep coming, and it'll only get worse. There's no safe place left." Sophia nodded, her expression softening. "You're not wrong. But we can't just wait for them to knock down your door. You've seen what they're willing to do. This isn't about science anymore. It's about control." Ivan's eyes darkened as the weight of her words sank in. He had always been a man of reason, driven by curiosity and an innate desire to understand the universe. But now, his mind was burdened with something far heavier, the consequences of his own brilliance. Antimatter, the very thing that could solve energy crises, could also destroy everything in its path. He had created the ultimate weapon, and no one was going to let him forget it. The decision gnawed at him. The research needed to be erased, destroyed completely. If it fell into the wrong hands, if even a fraction of it survived, the consequences could be catastrophic. But how? How could one man, one scientist, undo what had been done? How could he erase something that powerful, something so intimately tied to his very existence? Sophia stepped forward, breaking his reverie. "We don't have time for indecision. We need to destroy the research before they get to it." Ivan met her gaze, his voice hollow. "I can't. It's too dangerous to just delete. I need to make sure it's gone. Forever." "You're not doing this alone," she said firmly, her eyes unwavering. "You're not the only one who cares about stopping this. We'll find a way together. But you need to trust me." Ivan hesitated. He hadn't trusted many people in his life, especially not after his discovery had attracted the attention of people who cared little for ethics or morality. But Sophia had proven herself. She had come to him when others would have walked away. She had been a soldier, trained to fight in the most brutal wars, and yet she still cared enough to help him. That, he knew, was a rare thing. "All right," Ivan said, his voice steady. "We'll do this your way. But we need to move fast." Sophia nodded. "I've already contacted a few people. They know where to look. We'll be safe for now. But we need to get to the research lab. That's the only place we can destroy everything." Ivan felt a chill run down his spine. The research lab, the place where it had all started. The lab was located in a secure facility outside of the city, guarded by high-tech security systems and armed personnel. Getting in would be a challenge. Getting out with the data destroyed would be nearly impossible, but Ivan had no other choice. The next few hours passed in a blur. Ivan and Sophia moved quickly, gathering what little they could from the hotel room. They'd need to go underground, to disappear for a while. The world would be looking for them soon enough, but by then, it would be too late. They had a plan, one that, if successful, would ensure that antimatter was erased from existence, buried under layers of secrecy and ruin. As they drove toward the facility, the air felt thick with tension. Ivan sat in the passenger seat, his thoughts racing as he reviewed the plan. He couldn't help but wonder if he had made the right decision. Was there any other way? Was it possible to destroy something so powerful without also destroying the potential for progress? He had dreamt of a world where science could benefit humanity, but now, it seemed like all he had done was open the door to chaos. Sophia glanced at him, sensing his inner turmoil. "You're overthinking it," she said. "You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. We do this, and we move on. You'll find another way to contribute. There's always a way." Ivan didn't answer. He couldn't. All he knew was that the world was teetering on the edge, and his invention was the trigger. He didn't know how much longer they had. When they arrived at the facility, it was eerily quiet. The massive, concrete structure loomed before them, its high-tech security systems flashing in the late afternoon light. Ivan's heart raced as they parked in the shadow of the building. Sophia quickly scanned the perimeter, her eyes sharp, alert. "Stay close," she whispered, reaching for the equipment she'd brought along. "We can't afford to make a sound. We need to get inside and find the core." Ivan nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. The core of the lab was where the antimatter research was stored, protected by multiple layers of security. Breaking into it would be difficult, but it wasn't impossible. Sophia led the way, moving swiftly and silently, as if she had done this 1,000 times before. Ivan followed closely behind, trying to steady his breath, trying to steady his mind. This was it, the final step. Once they were inside, once the data was destroyed, there would be no going back. They reached the entrance without incident. Sophia quickly disabled the first layer of security with a small device she'd brought, and they slipped inside unnoticed. The lab was a maze of sterile, white halls and high-tech equipment, each hallway seemingly more secure than the last. The air was cold, almost suffocating, and Ivan felt a growing sense of dread as they moved deeper into the building. At last, they reached the central control room. Sophia pressed a button on the side of the door, and it slid open with a soft hiss. Inside, the room was filled with banks of computers and monitors, all displaying live data from the lab's various experiments. Ivan scanned the room quickly, his eyes falling on a small vault-like door at the far end. "That's it," he said, his voice barely a whisper. Sophia didn't hesitate. She moved toward the door, inputting a series of commands into a nearby terminal. Within seconds, the vault door clicked open, revealing the secure storage where all the antimatter data was held. Ivan stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. This was the moment. He reached for the terminal, but before he could touch it, a voice echoed from behind them. "I don't think you're going anywhere." Ivan froze. He turned slowly, his body tense, his hand instinctively reaching for the small device in his pocket. Agent Vaughn. He had found them. Sophia moved in front of Ivan, her stance protective. "I should have known you'd be here." Vaughn stepped forward, a smug expression on his face. "You can't hide forever, Dr. Derek. We've been watching you." Ivan's mind raced. He had no more time. No more room for hesitation. There was only one choice left. In a quick, decisive motion, Ivan pulled the trigger on the device. The lab's systems sparked as the self-destruct sequence initiated. The monitors flickered, and a deep rumble filled the room. Vaughn's smug expression faltered, replaced by a look of shock and rage. "You can't," Vaughn started, but the words died on his lips as the facility began to collapse. Ivan grabbed Sophia's arm, pulling her toward the exit. The walls shook, the lights flickered, and the floor beneath them groaned as the building began to implode. They had no choice but to run, racing down the corridors, hearing the alarms blare in the distance. They burst through the doors just as the facility collapsed behind them, an explosion of dust and debris engulfing the night air. Ivan and Sophia barely made it to the vehicle in time, and as they sped away, Ivan couldn't help but look back at the smoking ruins of the place that had once held the key to humanity's greatest weapon. It was over. They drove through the night, the wreckage of the facility still smoldering in the rearview mirror, the flames casting an orange glow across the darkened horizon. Ivan's heart was still racing, his body tense, as if the rush of adrenaline hadn't quite worn off. Beside him, Sophia kept her eyes on the road, her expression unreadable, though he could feel the weight of her thoughts in the silence between them. It felt surreal, like they had just escaped the brink of an abyss. He glanced at her, but she didn't look back. "You did good back there," he said, trying to break the tension. It was the only thing he could think to say. Sophia let out a short, humorless laugh. "Good? I don't know about that. We might have just destroyed the only chance humanity had to survive." Ivan knew she didn't mean it literally. She wasn't talking about the world's survival, she was talking about their survival. It had been their only hope to live after they had erased the very weapon that would have brought the world to its knees. And now, without the research, without antimatter, they were as vulnerable as anyone else, but Ivan understood what she meant. He had sacrificed everything for a future he couldn't even see, a future that didn't exist in any tangible form yet. He had killed the very thing he had created, in the hopes that it would prevent the world from descending into chaos. Was it the right choice? He didn't know. But the question didn't matter now. The world, however, would keep moving forward. It always did. The sun was just beginning to rise as they crossed into a quiet, rural part of the country. Ivan knew this was just a temporary reprieve. The forces that had hunted him down would be relentless, especially now that his research had been erased from existence. But there was still a flicker of hope. They had made it out of the facility alive, and for now, that was enough. Sophia took a sharp turn, the car speeding down an unmarked road. Ivan could feel the shift in the air, the subtle tension building between them. They hadn't spoken for hours, each of them lost in their own thoughts, but now, as they neared their destination, there was something hanging between them, something that neither of them had acknowledged. Sophia slowed the car and pulled into a dirt lot behind a small cabin. She parked in front of a plain, wooden structure that looked like it had seen better days. "This is it," she said, her voice softer now, but still guarded. Ivan didn't respond immediately. He stepped out of the car and looked around, taking in the isolation of the place. It was exactly what they needed, somewhere far off the grid, a place where they could rest, regroup, and plan their next move. But he couldn't shake the feeling that it was all temporary. That whatever they had done, however noble or necessary it seemed, was already unraveling. Sophia moved toward the cabin's door, unlocking it with a practiced motion. "You okay?" she asked, turning back to him. Her voice was calm, but her eyes gave away the storm underneath. Ivan nodded, though it didn't feel entirely true. "I think I will be." The cabin smelled of old wood and dust, and the sparse interior felt like a world away from the high-tech facilities and government buildings they had been running from. They had no idea what the future held, but at least here, for the first time in weeks, it felt like they had a moment of peace. They were safe, for now. Sophia headed toward the kitchen, gathering a few cans of food. "It's not much, but it'll do for tonight. We need to rest." Ivan watched her for a moment, his thoughts still on the events that had unfolded, the choice he had made. He was still coming to terms with it, still trying to understand the gravity of his actions. But as much as he had sacrificed, as much as he had risked, he couldn't escape the gnawing feeling that the world would never forget what he had done. That no matter how much he had tried to stop it, the curse of antimatter would still haunt humanity. They ate in silence, each of them grappling with the weight of what had been lost, and what had been saved. As the night wore on, Ivan found himself staring out the window, watching the stars twinkle above. In a way, it felt like the universe was mocking him. He had wanted to understand it all, to unlock the mysteries of the universe. But in the end, the universe had returned the favor, showing him just how little control any one person had over it. He heard Sophia moving behind him, and before he could turn around, she spoke. "You don't need to do this alone, Ivan. I'm here. We're in this together." Her words hit him harder than he expected. For a moment, he felt something break inside him, something that had been holding him together in the chaos of the past few weeks. It wasn't just the weight of his discovery that had torn him apart, it was the loneliness that had come with it. The isolation he had always felt, the belief that only he could bear the burden of his creation. But here, in the quiet of the cabin, with Sophia's words hanging in the air, he realized how wrong he had been. "I know," he said, his voice low. "I know." He felt her presence beside him, her steady hand on his shoulder. It was a small gesture, but one that meant more than he could express. For the first time in days, he didn't feel completely alone. They were in this together, whatever it was that lay ahead. Days turned into weeks, and they stayed hidden, moving from one small town to another, always a step ahead of those hunting them. But as time went on, Ivan began to understand the full weight of what had happened. The world was changing, faster than he had anticipated. The search for his research didn't stop with the destruction of the lab, it spread. Every government, every faction that had once hoped to control antimatter now sought to find any remaining fragments of his work. And soon, whispers of Ivan Derek's final act, the destruction of his own creation, began to circulate, painting him as both a hero and a madman. At first, Ivan had wanted to disappear completely, to live in the shadows and never look back. But he couldn't escape the fact that his work had already left an indelible mark on the world. He had done the right thing, hadn't he? He had destroyed the curse before it could be used for evil. But was that enough? Could the world ever forgive him for what he had created? The question gnawed at him every day, but as the months passed, the world began to heal in small ways. Nations that had once been on the brink of war, now finding themselves without access to antimatter technology, began to shift focus. They rebuilt, finding new ways to collaborate and move forward, learning from the lessons of the past, and Ivan kept moving, doing what he could in the quiet moments between. He worked with other scientists, helping to develop new technologies that didn't carry the same weight of destruction. But every so often, when he found himself alone in a darkened room, he would think back to that moment, to the explosion that had wiped away everything he had worked for. Had he done the right thing? He would never know for sure. But he had given humanity a second chance, even if it meant sacrificing everything. And as the years passed, whispers began to circulate once more, not of the man who had destroyed antimatter, but of a scientist who had disappeared, leaving behind a legacy that no one could fully understand. The world would never forget what Ivan Derek had done, but they would remember, in time, the lesson he had left behind, that the pursuit of knowledge, no matter how noble, always comes with a price. And sometimes, that price is too high to bear. But in the end, Ivan was at peace, knowing that, for all his doubts, for all the uncertainty that had once clouded his vision, he had made the ultimate sacrifice. He had saved the world, whether it knew it or not. The universe was dying. Not slowly, not quietly, but with a level of dramatic flair that was utterly unnecessary for something so inevitable. The stars were flickering out like candles in a cosmic wind, and galaxies were drifting aimlessly, as if their owners had forgotten to turn the lights off. It wasn't even a black hole that was swallowing everything, though that might have been a cleaner way to go. No, it was the cosmic equivalent of someone pulling the plug on the universe while leaving the sink running. The end was messy, uncomfortable, and just about as graceful as a three-legged race with an octopus. At the center of all this entropy, there was a man named Ivan. Ivan didn't know much about the mechanics of a collapsing universe. He wasn't a physicist, well, not in the sense that the universe needed. He was a guy who, a few weeks ago, had been more concerned about losing his keys than losing the very fabric of space-time. But now, as the universe was crumbling, Ivan had found himself at the epicenter of the solution, or at least, that's what the Cosmic Council had said. And the solution was simple, at least in theory. Ivan was the only one who could reboot the universe, but there was a catch. And it was a big one. Ivan had a power that was so ridiculous it was practically absurd. He could manipulate antimatter, which, in case you didn't know, was like the universe's version of playing with fire while wearing gasoline-soaked mittens. Antimatter was dangerous, volatile, and according to every textbook ever written, it had the potential to annihilate the universe in less than a millisecond. But Ivan, in all his unqualified glory, had somehow acquired the ability to control it. It was this ability that could restart the universe, reset everything to a blank slate, but there was a small downside to the whole thing: it would erase him as a human being. To activate the antimatter, Ivan would need to sacrifice his own existence, living forever in the abstract, formless dimension of antimatter, never to touch, taste, or feel anything again. But that was the least of Ivan's worries. What really bothered him was the bureaucratic nightmare he was about to enter. Excuse me, Ivan said, standing awkwardly in front of an alien clerk, a lanky being whose translucent skin shimmered like it was made of liquid mercury. The clerk was busy sorting through an array of documents, all written in a language that seemed to defy both logic and reason. The alien glanced up at Ivan, its multiple eyes blinking in unison. "You're supposed to be saving the universe, correct?" it asked, sounding thoroughly disinterested. It had a long, silver tongue that seemed to roll out of its mouth like a lazy snake. Ivan scratched his head, still wearing his mismatched spacesuit, the one that had been part of a thrift store collection for astronauts who'd missed the deadline for a real mission. "Yeah, that's what I'm here for. I've got, antimatter powers or something. The universe is collapsing, and I've got to, restart it? Or whatever." The clerk sighed and put the papers down. "I can tell you're under stress, but first, we need to handle your registration. We can't just have anyone running around with the ability to destroy or save universes without proper identification." It extended one of its many limbs and gestured toward a set of floating forms. "First, your credentials." Ivan stared at the forms. There were at least 6 different languages on them, none of which made any sense. He pointed at the alien. "Can't we just skip all this? I mean, the universe is literally collapsing. There's, like, a time limit, right?" The alien clerk didn't seem impressed. "The universe is collapsing. That's an administrative issue, not a personal emergency. Besides, we have protocols for everything. And you must sign here, here, and here." Ivan's eyes narrowed. He had always hated bureaucracy, even when it was just about renewing a library card. Now, facing the cosmic equivalent of a DMV, he was ready to scream. "I'm telling you, I have the power to restart everything. I can wipe out entire galaxies, and you're worried about forms?" The alien clerk did not budge. "Well, if you're going to reset the universe, you'll need all the paperwork in order first. Trust me. You don't want to face the consequences of not filling out the destruction and rebirth of galaxies liability waiver properly." Ivan opened his mouth to argue but stopped, and a massive rock the size of a small moon shot past the office window, narrowly avoiding the building. The impact rattled the walls, and a few papers flew into the air. "Well, that's a sign," Ivan muttered under his breath. "The universe really is dying." The alien clerk, still unfazed, shuffled through the papers. "There's also the matter of your immortality waiver. Are you sure you understand the full implications of being turned into a being of pure antimatter? The terms are quite specific, and we've had instances where immortals get quite bored." "Bored?" Ivan asked, his voice cracking. "I'm about to give up everything, and you're worried about boredom?" "Well, it's a common issue," the alien said matter-of-factly. "A few centuries from now, you might start missing things like chocolate, or, more tragically, bathroom breaks." Ivan stared blankly at the alien. This couldn't be happening. "I have to become an immortal antimatter being just to fix the universe, and you're concerned about bathroom breaks?" The alien nodded seriously. "It's in the fine print. You signed it already." The process was grueling. Hours passed, or maybe it was days. Time was becoming irrelevant. Ivan felt like he was losing his mind, but he also couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. The universe was literally dying, but here he was, filling out forms and debating the finer points of immortality with a bureaucratic alien. At this rate, the universe would collapse before he could even finish the paperwork. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the forms were completed, and Ivan was led to the central chamber of the Cosmic Council. It was a vast, empty space where the walls seemed to stretch infinitely, covered in holographic screens flashing with data that made Ivan's head spin. The council members were waiting. They were a group of beings from all over the universe, each one a different shape, size, and form. Some had eyes in places that eyes should never be, others were made of swirling gas, and there was even one that appeared to be a sentient cloud of static electricity. "Ah, Ivan," said the chair of the council, a being who appeared to be made of light, its form shifting and pulsating. You have completed the necessary paperwork. Now, the fate of the universe rests in your hands. Ivan nodded, feeling a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. Yeah. So, what now? I reset everything, I save the universe, and I live forever as a ball of antimatter, right? The council members exchanged a few unreadable glances before the chair spoke again. Yes, but it's not as simple as that. Once you activate the antimatter, you will never be able to return to your human form. Your existence will be formless, eternal. You will be part of the fabric of the universe, but not in the universe. Ivan let out a long, slow breath. So, no more pizza. No more people. No more anything. That is correct, the council leader said, its voice almost compassionate. Well, at least I won't have to deal with paperwork anymore, Ivan said with a dry laugh, trying to lighten the mood. But the truth was, the weight of what he was about to do was beginning to sink in. Indeed, the council said in unison. Now, if you are ready, we will proceed. That was just the beginning of Ivan's journey into the depths of antimatter. Little did he know, the choices he was about to make would reshape not only the universe but his very understanding of existence. The universe had always been something abstract, something he'd read about in textbooks. Now, it was personal. The fate of everything hung in the balance. Ivan could feel the gravity of the moment pulling at him, the weight of time itself pressing down, and all he had to do was decide. Would he sacrifice his humanity, his very essence, for the sake of the universe? But as Ivan stood there, gazing into the vastness of space, a small part of him wondered if he was already too late. Ivan stood in the center of the Cosmic Council's chamber, a vast, shimmering expanse that seemed to stretch infinitely in every direction. The weight of the decision before him was a physical presence, as if gravity had suddenly become 10 times stronger. His legs felt like lead, his mind swirling with the absurdity of it all. Here he was, a guy who used to be a second-rate scientist, surrounded by beings who were hundreds of millions of years older than humanity itself, and they were asking him to do something that no one in history had ever done. Restart the universe. It sounded like something from a science fiction novel, but it was real. This was happening. The council members were quiet, watching him, waiting for his decision. The being of light, their leader, was the only one who spoke. The time has come, Ivan, it said. If you wish to proceed, you must activate the reboot engine. Once you do, you will never be able to return to your former life. Are you prepared to make this sacrifice? Ivan stared at the floor. The weight of it all crushed down on him, a sensation like drowning in a sea of intangible thoughts. His mind flashed to the trivial things he had taken for granted before all of this: his apartment in the city, the smell of coffee in the mornings, the sound of traffic outside his window. He thought about the people he loved, the ones he'd lose forever. His family. His friends. He would never again hear their voices, see their faces, feel their warmth. But then, just as quickly, his mind shifted. He thought of the universe. The stars that had begun to flicker and die. The black holes that were swallowing galaxies without even a second thought. The end of everything, life, light, matter, waiting for him to make the decision. That he looked up at the council. What happens if I don't do it? He asked, his voice tight. The leader of the council shifted, its light flickering. If you choose not to act, the universe will continue to collapse. Eventually, all that remains will be nothingness, a void, without life, without matter, without purpose. The stars will go out, and the galaxies will fall silent. All that exists will be erased. And if I do act? Ivan asked, already knowing the answer. Then the universe will reset. The fabric of spacetime will be renewed, life will begin again, but you, the leader hesitated, almost as if it were going to say something kind, before continuing, you will exist outside of it. Forever. Ivan glanced down at his hands, as if expecting them to start turning into something else. Antimatter, maybe. The transformation wasn't instantaneous, he knew, but it would happen soon after the reboot engine was activated. He was about to become something entirely different, something so far removed from being human that he could never, ever return. The thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. But then, his mind wandered back to his original question: what else could he do? The universe was dying, and he was the only one who could save it. There was no other choice. The alternative was unimaginable. An empty universe, the silence of everything collapsing into itself. It wasn't just about him anymore. With a deep breath, Ivan nodded. He had made up his mind. I'll do it. The leader of the council inclined its head. Very well. It gestured toward a doorway that Ivan hadn't noticed before. It appeared to be made of pure energy, shimmering with iridescent light. As Ivan moved closer, he felt a strange pull in his chest. It wasn't gravity, exactly, but something like it. Something deep within him, as if his very soul were drawn to the doorway, urging him forward. I'll guide you, the leader said. But once you enter, there is no turning back. The transformation will begin. Ivan took one final look at the room, at the strange beings who had watched him all this time. There was no pity in their eyes. No judgment. Just the understanding that what he was about to do was necessary, inevitable. He turned back to the door and stepped forward. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt it. The change. It wasn't physical at first. There was no sudden burst of pain or transformation. But inside, he could feel the universe shifting, the very fabric of reality folding around him. He had just taken the first step towards something that could never be undone. The energy in the air intensified, and he felt weightless, as if the laws of physics no longer applied to him. The world around him started to blur, the colors melting into a spectrum of light that he had never seen before. It wasn't beautiful. It was too pure, too abstract. Like staring at a perfect, endless void. And then, as if in response to his thoughts, he heard a voice. It wasn't a sound, exactly, but more like a knowing. It echoed through his mind, sharp and direct. Are you sure? Ivan froze. The voice wasn't from the council. It wasn't from anything external. It came from within himself, or from the place where his self used to reside. The voice was not human. It was something else. Something deeper, older, infinite. Are you sure you want to do this? The voice asked again. Ivan didn't know how to answer. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. He had wanted to save the universe. He had wanted to do something meaningful with his life. But now that he was here, now that the moment had arrived, all he could feel was doubt. I don't know, he said aloud, though the words felt strange in his mouth. It was as though they didn't belong to him anymore. The transformation had already begun, and he was becoming something else entirely. You will lose everything. I know, Ivan replied quietly. The words felt final, like a confession. But the universe needs me. There was silence. Then the voice responded, softer this time. Then step forward. The light in front of him intensified, and with it, Ivan's sense of self began to fade. The very idea of what it meant to be human started to unravel. His memories, his emotions, the feelings that had defined him, his love for his family, his joy at small victories, the bitterness of loss, began to dissolve. It was as though his soul itself was evaporating, leaving behind only the raw essence of existence. As he took the final step toward the center of the energy, the reboot engine came into view. It was enormous, a swirling mass of antimatter and light, its shape constantly shifting, impossible to define. It was more than just a machine, it was a symbol of the universe itself. Ivan stepped up to it, feeling the weight of all existence pressing against him, urging him to pull the lever, to reset everything. But there was still a part of him, deep inside, that hesitated. A small, stubborn part of his human nature that screamed for him to stop. To turn back. To hold on to the things that made him who he was. but it was too late. He reached out and activated the reboot engine. A surge of energy coursed through him, and for a split second, he thought he might explode. The force of the transformation was overwhelming. His very essence began to disintegrate, scattering across the void, dissolving into the pure, unending energy of antimatter. He couldn't feel his body anymore. He couldn't feel anything. It was as if he had never been human, never had a body at all. In that moment, the universe around him collapsed. Time bent and twisted, as galaxies and stars vanished in an instant. The end of everything was here. And yet, as Ivan felt himself fade into the void, he also felt something else. Something profound. He was still there. Somewhere. Not human. Not in any form he could recognize. But still. There. The shift was immediate, yet beyond Ivan's comprehension. The world, no, the universe, had been reset. The stars were born again, galaxies swirled into existence, and the very concept of time seemed to hold its breath before exhaling in a rush. The universe, like a malfunctioning engine, had been returned to factory settings, but Ivan wasn't quite himself anymore. He was floating. No, not just floating, dissolving into the fabric of everything. There was no up or down, no boundaries, no walls. He was part of something vast and unknowable, an expanse of pure energy that stretched infinitely in all directions. The weight of it was not the crushing kind that might bend a human under its pressure. No, this was different. This was an absence of weight, a freedom that was not freedom, a sense of being everywhere and nowhere all at once. It felt like being erased, yet somehow still there, still existing in the spaces between every atom. He was part of everything and nothing at the same time. His humanity was slipping away, washed out by the overwhelming force of antimatter that had consumed him, but there was something stubbornly human about the way he still thought, still longed for something tangible. Some shred of familiarity. But nothing remained. He couldn't feel his fingers, his chest, his legs. There was no longer any distinction between himself and the void he had entered. He had expected, he didn't know what he had expected, but this wasn't it. A voice broke through the vast silence. At first, it was like an echo, distant, fading. But then it grew clearer, more insistent. A whisper threaded through the very fabric of antimatter, the only sound in this unimaginable place. What did you think would happen? Ivan's thoughts collided with that question, and a ripple of panic surged through him. I thought I would save everything, he said, though it felt strange, even nonsensical. His voice was no longer his own, if it could even be called a voice. It was more like a pulse in the great emptiness. Everything? Or just yourself? The voice, if it could be called that, was harsh now. What you gave up was not just your humanity, Ivan. You've given up the story. There is no story without an end. There is no purpose without a reason to strive. He had no answer. The weight of those words settled heavily on what remained of his consciousness, like cold hands pressing against his being, and for the first time, Ivan felt small. His purpose, his decision to sacrifice himself, had been based on the desperate notion that the universe needed him. But now, the silence around him seemed to mock his efforts. What was the universe without a storyteller? Without the ones who would live and die, who would make decisions and question them? He was now everything, and yet nothing. It was not the nobility of immortality that he had imagined. It was an endless repetition of the same overwhelming force, a formless eternity that had nothing left for him to do. No one would ever question his sacrifice, no one would ever mourn him. He had erased himself from existence in the most final way possible, not by dying, but by ceasing to be what he once was. The realization washed over him like a cold wind, and in the immense emptiness, it threatened to pull him apart. Was this what immortality was? Was this the price of being forever? Then, something shifted. There was a flicker of light. Not the bright, blinding intensity of the reboot engine, but a subtle, almost imperceptible spark, a pinpoint of clarity in the sea of antimatter. It was fleeting, yet it anchored him, a memory of something he once knew. Something he could hold on to. He concentrated on it, tried to focus, and found, for the first time, a trace of his own will. What is this? He thought. It wasn't a question of defiance, but of curiosity. The voice was back, softer now, almost amused. You still don't understand, do you? The universe was not meant to be saved by one. It was meant to be experienced by many. The phrase echoed in his mind, resonating in a way he hadn't expected. Experience. The word rolled around in his consciousness like an ancient riddle, its meaning both alien and familiar at the same time. What had he expected? To restart the universe and find it just as he left it? Had he expected to wake up from this experience and return to the human world he knew? The truth, the unspoken reality, was that the universe was never meant to be rebooted by a single person. It was meant to be something shared, a story that needed to be told by many voices, through countless lives, with all their victories, failures, love, and loss. The essence of existence, the spark of meaning, came not from the eternal, the unchanging, but from the transitory. The human experience was brief, fragile, but also precious in that very fragility, and in his infinite, empty existence, Ivan began to understand the price of his immortality. He had lost the story. And in doing so, he had lost himself. The realization struck him with a clarity that was almost painful. There was no way to undo what had been done. He was here, beyond human comprehension, forever outside the universe he had saved. But perhaps, just perhaps, he could find something new to cling to. He didn't know what that would be yet, but he knew one thing for certain: the universe was reborn, yes. The stars were alive again, galaxies were spinning, and life would rise from the ashes of oblivion. But it was not his alone to watch over. He had given up the human experience, the very thing that gave life meaning, for an eternity of solitude. But in that solitude, there was one last, almost paradoxical comfort. He could see everything. All at once. Every thread, every flicker of light in the cosmos. Every single spark of life. He was beyond space and time, and yet he could still see it, feel it, in ways that were both utterly beyond him and, somehow, still within him. He could feel the pulse of life, even if he no longer had a body to experience it. Maybe immortality didn't mean giving up everything. Maybe it meant understanding that all things were fleeting. That the universe, his universe, was bigger than any one person, any one being. That it was not about him anymore. Not about his sacrifice. Not about his power, but about all of them. The last thought that echoed through his mind was not of regret, but of hope. Even in the void, in his state of endless eternity, there was a flicker of possibility. And it was more than enough.